Are we good? We keeping an eye on it here. Hopefully now we're okay. Maybe. Can you guys see me all right? I don't know what's going on. It's not it's not OBS. It's like it's dropping frames. Okay, I think I'm back up now. I think we're back up. I don't know what's going on. Wouldn't it be the start of a week without having more tech issues? You know what I mean? Wouldn't it be the start of a week without having at least 15 tech issues to start already? Because why? The world hates me some weeks. I swear to God. Hello, we're back. Hopefully. Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. It's like it kept dropping. It was saying I was having like internet connection issues, but I don't have any internet issues right now. So one day I'm going to get rid of OBS for good and just call it. But unfortunately, that day is not today. That day is not today. But yes, welcome back in. I'm glad you're here. Hello, hello, hello. Unfortunately, y'all, we are gonna have another ad. I can't avoid it. It does this every time. I hate that it does it when it restarts. But unfortunately, we're gonna have another ad, so everyone just is gonna have to wait a few minutes. I'm so sorry. The ad I can't really I can't turn off. It's just going to automatically do another one. But thank you, Laurel. Welcome in. And thank you for being here. Laurel, thank you for the gifted subs. Oh my gosh.
She's an icon.
She's a legend. Thank you.
And she is the moment.
W for you.
Death to all of them. Death.
She passed away? No, I apologize, y'all. I'm sorry that it kept crashing and then uncrashing and then crashing. I don't know what was going on. So yeah, but I'm glad to have you guys here. Hello, hello. We love Practical Queen. I know. Thank you guys for being here. Hello, good morning. How are you? Welcome in. We are just getting started. We crashed like 3 times already, but we are back. We are back. Thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you're having a good afternoon. There's like something in the corner of my eye. Oh my God, it's like fuzz or something. I don't even know. But hello. I hope you guys are having a good Monday so far. Oh my gosh. It's like, you know when it's like in your eye and you can't blink until it's gone? I'm like, girl, please get out of my eye. Oh, hello. Oh my God. I did, Kenzie. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's like I had like a little, like you can see now my eyes all red from it. But hello, welcome back in. We should be good to go. Happy Monday. I do hope you guys are having a good Monday. I'm glad to be here. I'm doing good, Franciscos. I'm doing good. Guys, we will have an ad break coming up here again. I'm so sorry. It did reset. Unfortunately, the stream crashed and then restarted. So you guys might have to refresh if you're not seeing anything. But welcome in, and thank you for being here. And good afternoon. We're back. I'm feeling a lot better. Today. So that's the good news. I still have a little bit of a cough for the most part, but that's it. That's it for the most part. Otherwise, I've been waking up feeling a lot better, which is really good news. Oh, nice. Sparkling Grace. Yeah, I feel like the day after Easter, there's not a lot going on. And guys, also, I want to thank you for this hype train going on. We have a level 3 hype train going on as well. It's so hot for that. Yeah, no, I'm happy to have you guys all here. And thank you for joining in. Of course, I'm also having like pump issues today. It's like everything wants to not work for me in one moment. I swear, it's like every time I want to do something, it's like every individual thing that I own wants to stop working. I'm like, girl, can you like cut me a little slack? You know, cut me a little slack, baby. I work at daycare, so I speak off my paychecks. Yeah, that's the one thing. It's like when you do work for yourself or you have to like adjust. It's tough when you obviously can't work or do things like that. The most Monday is Monday. I'm doing good, Teal. I'm feeling a lot better. So that's the good news. I am feeling a lot better. My ears are a little clogged still, and I do still have like a little bit of a cough. But for the most part, I'm feeling 10 times better than I did last week. So that's the good news. And I'm ready to be here for the full week. So that's exciting. I did not put any of my cards into my binder yet. I have them all, at least the ones that I got from the card show. here. I got a lot of cards this weekend, guys. I literally got over, I think there's like 36 cards. I think I got 36 cards this weekend. I made some TikToks today with all of the cards. So if you've not gone seen it, make sure to go watch it on Instagram, Facebook, all those good things for each individual card, because there are literally so many cards that I don't even know how to describe. But it was so much fun. I had a blast. I'll talk about it, of course, what we did, how it was and stuff. I didn't record when I was in the oh, I love that. Yeah, we get no packs at my Walmart. None. It's like scalpers are crazy in my area right now. I love Mersharna. I saw your message. I love Mersharna. I didn't record while I was in there because I felt awkward. I felt awkward like recording when, you know what I mean? When I was like it was like small-ish, so I felt uncomfortable. And nobody else was recording, because usually like a lot of card vendors will also record at the same time because they like to like post on Instagram or TikTok and stuff. And I none of them were recording, so I was like, I felt like it would be weird for me to record right now. So I chose not to record in the actual building, but I had so much time. Yeah, back 2 days later, they were gone. Yeah, they probably were gone in an hour. I almost went back. Today, they're supposed to restock some things, but I'm trying. This week, I don't think I'm going to buy any cards unless I might start like I don't know, like a card gifting section or something on the Ko-fi. But I'm just like, guys, thank you for that hype train. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I just realized I'm like, I don't have the money to like go and hunt down cards and then spend like $45 on packs of cards every couple of days. Every couple of days, and then not pull anything from them. Like yesterday, I bought some cards from my Dollar Tree, and I was like, or Dollar General, and I was like, girl, I did not need to. Bragging about it, I literally, did you really? Maddie, I love you for that. That's so hot. That's so hot. That's amazing. And I did, Madison. Thank you. Brandy, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate that. Guys, welcome in. We are going to have another ad break in for a second. Who is that? Yeah. So my Walmarts, they don't restock even if it's a restock day. They will only restock on Fridays. That's the only day my Walmart restocks. They will not do any other day. Is it considered a write-off? No, not these. Unfortunately, not these. I mean, maybe if I became like really full-time content creator with it, but I'm not. So I don't think I could consider it a write-off. So for me, it's like, what was I saying? It's not really a full write-off, at least not right now. You know what I mean? If I was like fully making Pokemon content, maybe, but as of right now, no. Need groceries. So yeah, it's like, you know, I realized I was like, I got to budget a little. I spent a little too much. Nice. Apu, I love that. Yeah, I like cards that are cute. I don't need like fancy cards. You know what? Like most of these cards that I got at the show are like $2 cards, you know, but I think they're cute, and that's why I bought them. I need you alive. I know. No more Walmart trips. Yeah. But yes, no, I'm feeling a lot better. And I had a great time at my first card show. It was a lot of fun. These are the two biggest cards that I got. Liz, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate that. These are the two biggest cards that I got, the Mew and the Charmander, which I love. I love these cards. So I thought those were super cute. Got those two. But all in all, for all of these cards that I got, guys, wait, you got which one did you get, Teal? Like the big one? Because that's crazy if you did. That Charmander is expensive. I know. Out of all of these cards that I got, guys, I only spent, okay, I actually did the math. It was $48. $48. That's all I spent. That's all I spent. $48. So like, not too shabby. You know what I mean? And the reason that I only spent $48 was because I traded a ton of cards. So like these two cards each are $100 right now, or around $100. So this is like, these are $200 right here for both of them. But like I only ended up, you know, I did so many trades and people bought cards from me. People love my collection. So that was kind of cool. That was kind of cool. So it was actually really kind of neat. So that was a lot of fun, but most of these cards are, you know, not super crazy. Some of them are valuable. Like this one's like a $20 card, you know. But it was a lot of fun. I had a blast. So I don't know. And it was nice to get out of the house a little bit. I also went going thinking that it was going to be like, I don't know. I didn't know what to expect. I expected it to be like a lot of like, how do I phrase this? Um, Kind of smelly, kind of a lot of BO, a lot of people who are kind of like, nasty. You know what I mean? Not to be like whatever, Um, Coco, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But that's what I expected from the card show. Kind of icky, a little icky. Because you know how those things are. You go to these conventions or these cons and you expect people to not have showered, to be wearing pajamas. But it was like so many sweet ass people who were just lots of lack of personal. Ams, oh my gosh, gifting out 2 subs. Hello, oh my god, hello. Thank you, baddies. Oh yes, we're talking about the whole experience right now. Also, guys, we do have an ad break starting in 24 seconds. I cannot stop it. We had to restart the stream, so I'll pause the chat about the card show once we hit the ad break, so you guys don't miss anything. But I was expecting it to be like, I don't know what I expected, but it was so many girly pops, so many like sweet married couples. Like I talked to this sweet married couple who are running a booth, just like really, really nice people. Like it was actually kind of crazy. I was like, oh, this is lovely. Yeah. Like I expected it to be a lot smellier because it was in a tight, closed space, but it was just very normal. It all was very, very, very normal. Very, very, a lot of sweet people. There was like a booth that was like girly pop cards. And I was like, wait, this is so cute. You know what I mean? So it was like, very, very sweet stuff. And I really loved it. Hi, Ash, how are you? Yeah, like I've been to gaming conventions before, and the gaming conventions are often smelly. So I was like, I was nervous about it, but it was really actually quite nice. So that was good. I did not know Mallard. I was looking for some specific cards, of course. And I picked up some good ones. The card that I'm trying to get right now, is I'm trying to get, oh my God, where is it in this pile that I have, is the plusle, or the minin of this plusle. So like, I want to get the partner of this one. That's the one I need to get next. Cause it's like a matching set. So I need to get the matching one for that one. That's my next hunt for. So Lindsay, yes, I have a card that I decided was for you, by the way. Lindsay gets to, I didn't find the one you were looking for, by the way, Lindsay, but I thought this card, was kind of cute, and it was a $20 card. So I thought, you know what about this one? I thought, Lindsay, oh my God, I thought this one was kind of cute. And I was like, wait, kind of a vibe. I don't know, kind of a vibe for Lindsay. Dragon, thank you for the sub. It's going good. Stop. Yes, I love. Okay, this one is yours. I will put your name on the back of it once I like get it all set. I want to like add a thing in so it doesn't write it on the card, but I will add your name to it, Lindsay, which I love. Yeah. And guys, thank you. We're going to wait through the ad break for me to keep talking about the convention a little bit, but I hope you guys are having a good Monday. I am feeling a lot better. We're back to normal, hopefully, with streams and time and everything. My goal is to be like normal set of streams this week, back to our my nose gets so itchy every time I start. I don't know why. Every time I literally hit go live, my nose, like right here, itches constantly on the inside of my nose. And I don't know why that is. It's so weird. We're gonna do Fortnite today just because I need to reset us all back into like the groove on the algorithm on TikTok, all those things. Yeah, Stray Puffs, yeah, we reset. It did, I know, everything got so silly. But tomorrow is gonna be Minecraft for sure, if I'm up for playing it. I also kind of want to play Marvel. I was playing a lot of Marvel Rivals this weekend, so I was like, maybe we'll play Marvel Rivals today with Fortnite, maybe a little both. I started on time today, which was slay. So I'm like feeling like we can do a bunch of different things, But no, I'm feeling a lot better. I definitely got a lot of sleep, which is good. No, I'm not as exhausted as I was. I think because I'm coming off of being sick, Michaela. I'm also still having some just to let you guys know, I'm having some pretty intense things with these meds again, guys. The new meds. I thought I went through I'm having weird anxiety reactions to the new med that I'm on, which is really kind of annoying, which I have not had in a long time. Really, I got this, I think from Target. So that's kind of annoying. So I'm like going through that a little bit this week. So I'm trying to like stay chill and vibing with that. Which is kind of annoying. Basically, I used to suffer, and you guys know I love to be honest about my mental health journey. I used to suffer really bad with like intrusive thoughts, I guess, is if that's the word I'm looking for. Basically where I'll have a thought that's like kind of intense and it'll hit me like I'm being punched in the face with anxiety. And I have not had that for years. I have not had that feeling or that issue for years. And literally over the past like 6 days, I've been having these intense moments again, which is really rather annoying. So I'm like, okay, maybe a side effect of my new medication or the mix of my medications that I'm taking, which is no fun. And I really hate the intrusive thought thing. It's like, it's actually like, I'd rather feel nothing than feel that, you know what I mean? Because it literally like halts me as a person. Completely. So that was something that I've been experiencing, and I was like, oh, but I was like looking up side effects and it wasn't a part of my new meds that they started me on. So I'm like, girl, that's kind of weird. I was like, that's kind of weird. Like I shouldn't be experiencing the feelings that are happening, but they are happening. So I'm like, okay. That's fine, I guess. I mean, I've OC related intrusive thoughts. It's so hard. I leave early Friday because of anxiety. Yeah. So like, this is Amber. Today we're gonna be doing Fortnite today, and maybe some Marvel Rivals too. I used to have, and I will be very real with you guys. This is a trigger warning around death. So if you are somebody who is triggered easily by death, please, turn the stream down for a minute. I used to have very intense like panic attacks about dying and death and subjects around death as a person. And that was like when I started my mental health journey. And literally like last night I had that same feeling for the first time in like 4 years. And I was like, whoa, like it knocked me on my ass, guys. Like it was crazy. So that's something that I'm experiencing again. It was a very intense moment. Yeah, I've been able to like move past it for the most part. But it's less. It used to be for me, it was more of a spiral. Now it literally feels like how do I describe it? It's like I'll be like walking to go get something from the fridge after getting up from my computer, and it's like I'm getting punched in the face with an anxiety feeling, and the thought pops into my head. Does that make sense? If that makes sense a little bit. And then I just have like this overwhelming sense of like, oh my God, and I can't move, I can't breathe. And then usually after a little bit, it'll like break away, but it like halts me very specifically for a while. Yeah, it's a very interesting thing. And like, it's not just that, but I've had other intrusive thoughts lately, nothing that's like dangerous by any means, but just random things about, stuff that I have not thought about for years that have like popped back into my brain. And I'm like, oh, that's not fun. That's not a vibe. I don't love that. So that took me out last night, and I was like, okay, that's kind of crazy. How do you deal with that? I relate so much with this. Medication for me was the thing, and it does help. I did take meds last night that, helped me with it. I try and do distracting, but for me, the issue is the thoughts that I have. So I'm putting on some chapstick. The thoughts that I have pop in while I'm doing like the distraction. So it's a very hard thing. And I'm still trying to figure it out, Yeah. I mean, thankfully I take meds that really help with that specifically, but I just have not had that. Like, as you guys know, I've dealt with generalized anxiety. Other people too, like my mom dying. Sorry, not to get very morbid all of a sudden, but like my mom, family members, just the concept of, and it's not just death. It's not just death. I should be clear. Death is like the worst one for me, but there were other things that popped into my brain. Things that don't really matter or exist anymore for me, and it weirdly happens at very specific times for me. I hate sunset. The sunset causes me anxiety. When I'm in this period of my life, when my brain is feeling this way, sunset, specifically the time of day when it is sunset and it's like golden hour, I have insane anxiety during the golden hour time of the day. I don't know why. I don't know why that is. That's something I'm trying to figure out as well. It's the sundown. I think it's partly the sundown scaries. There's a lot that goes into that, and it's specifically very much like that. And it's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy. But I have that time of day anxiety very much so. And so, anyways, I just haven't had that type of anxiety for years. For at least probably 4 years, 3 years at the very least. And so it just popped back in over the past 2 weeks, and I'm like, whoa. So hate that. When I was first postpartum, yeah. So I'm like, I wrote it down in notes and stuff. Are you in therapy? Yes, yeah. I feel the exact same way every time of day. Yeah, the experience that I feel, it's very hard to describe. I try and describe it, but it's hard to describe. It's almost like it's not deja vu, but it's a feeling similar to deja vu in that but it's like a negative deja vu. If that has any sort of resonance with somebody, almost a derealization a little bit. There's just a lot of things where my brain automatically is like in this very weird state when it is sundown time. So like I was at my, mom's last night for Easter dinner, and it was sunset and it was golden hour, and I had that moment and I was like, oh my God. And then I came home and started playing Marvel Rivals. I think a little bit of existentialism, a little bit. Started playing Marvel Rivals, and in the middle of Marvel Rivals, went up to go to the bathroom, and while I was walking, I got that that I have not had in years, and I literally was like, no. And I think there was more anxiety around me having that feeling again than actually having that feeling, because I was able to move past it pretty well. But it was that and I'm just noticing that that's happening for a while. And so it's kind of crazy, and it's the scariest feeling. Yeah, I think it might be derealization. It might be a concept of it. So I don't know if it's the meds that I'm taking that are now switching that up, or if something else is happening. That's not the only intrusive thought that's been popping in my head. It's just that is the one that causes the most anxiety. It used to be, as you guys know, I talked about it. My anxiety was not general. It was a generalized moment, like when I would have stress before stream or something and get heart palpitations before I went to see this med psych thing. My anxiety that I felt was never at something. It was just in general. Now it is back to being about something, which is very, very interesting. Hex, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate that. But you guys know I love to talk about this stuff, because I also think it's very important to talk about this stuff, and I will always talk about it on my stream. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to update you guys today on how that's going, because that's how I'm feeling. Yeah, I have a very supportive MH team. Yes. Yeah. It's just, it's that moment of oh my God, you know what I mean? And you just, it freezes you almost in a way. Yeah, part of the battle is identifying these things as well. Yes. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. Of course. Yeah. And for a long time, when this first started, this is when I first started my mental health medication and journey. I couldn't live at home. I was too scared to be alone. I never have anxiety when I'm around other people. It is only when I am alone that I hold anxiety. When I am in a room with somebody or I'm around other people, I'm fine. It is only very much specifically when I'm alone. So that was something that I went through as well. So it is, yeah. And it happens. So it's just all in all to say, it's a very normal thing to do. And it's less that it's getting in my own thoughts. I'm able to analyze now my thoughts from the outside perspective. I'll have the thought, and then in my brain I'll be like, Vinny, that this is not true. You know how to fight this, blah, 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 blah. But unfortunately, the intrusive thoughts, they don't always work. That they punch you in the face. It is quite literally being punched in the face. Because it's unexpected, and then you're just you're thrown back a little bit. So anyways, that's what I've been experiencing the past I would say week or so. Yeah, they're just not logical. No, they're not logical, right? I just have these very big existential thoughts, Some of them are big existential things, some of them are not. Hi OS, good. We're talking about my medication and things I've been adjusting to a little bit. So anyways, that's what I've been dealing with privately with my mental health meds a little bit. Yeah, girl in the moon. Yeah, I'm very, very similar in that way. Hi, little ducky, welcome in. So that's kind of and I don't know if it's a side effect of the medication or if it's some other thing that's happening. I just know that the thoughts shifted when I started this new medication. So I'm not sure, you know. Oh yeah, absolutely potato chip. But I also have these feelings like for a long time from different things. Mine are like my personal existentialism a little bit, you know. I also have like scary thoughts that like I don't know. Somehow I'm going to be arrested. Like I constantly, mind you, I've committed zero crimes in my life. Yes, I create hypothetical. Yes, exactly, Love Kenzie. But like I'm like I've done nothing wrong in my life. I've not committed any crimes. I literally convince myself constantly. I'm like, Vinny, you have never committed a crime before in your life. But I'm like, do I have a warrant out for my arrest? I'm like, I think the cops are going to come at some point. Like I'm going to be arrested. It's going to happen. Catholic guilt takes my shit literally. And I'm like, I'm not being arrested. There is no warrant for my arrest out. Like I have committed zero crimes in my life. You know, I've, gotten into car accidents before, but I'm like, I am not. Yes, I've done that before too, Mallard. Yeah. So, that's also an intrusive thought that I've been having again, that's been popping into my head. And so it's that type of stuff I've been noticing. Yeah, and the funny thing is, I never think that limitless. When I'm driving by a cop car, I'm never like, oh my god. Do you ever see? I believe yes, yeah. No, but like seriously, that I feel about this, like, damn, yeah. It's mostly my brain will create this like idea, right? There is nothing that triggers it. That's the hard part about it, is there's no trigger to these thoughts or to these feelings that happen. It is more so that they just exist when I am existing as a human being. When I'm, when I get home, when I, go to brush my teeth, when I go to climb into bed, right? There is like, it just randomly happens. And that's the hard part about it. Cause if there's a way to like, obviously find the source of it, no, and that's why I want to talk about it, because I know, and it also is reassuring to me because I know other people feel this way. I know other people feel this way, and I think it's important to talk about. And I wanted to be honest with you guys while I go through my med journey of adjusting my meds and also like figuring out what's right, figuring out like what's going on, right? And so the scary thing is like I'm like, God, I miss the generalized anxiety. I liked the generalized anxiety better than this, because generalized anxiety, I didn't have to think about crazy things and my thoughts weren't spiraling, so that's something that I'm going through right now. It's not so bad right now. It's like you can only be distracted so much. And even for me, potato chip, distraction method does not work for me. I don't know if I'm just too fucking smart some days or what. The distraction method for me never works. My brain just goes back. It's like in the back of my head. It just doesn't work for me. The distraction method has never ever worked for me. That's the number one thing people say, like, go do something else to like distract yourself with. And I go outside and I'm like, nope, it's just not like it's just part of the awareness of things, so anyways, I just wanted to like let you guys know that's where I'm currently at in terms of things. So and so with the fear, yes, that's what I did a lot for death. For death, I did exposure therapy, and that was what I did for a lot of it. Usually it makes OCD worse, yeah, but again, it's something, but the nice thing is that I put them on my little, I like wrote out on my phone anytime I experienced something. I wrote out like, my little notes of like what I've been feeling, so that I can, when I go to my therapist and I go to my med specialist, and be like, hey, this is what I'm feeling right now. Please know, like, please let me know what you think I should be doing. Or is this the medication? Because this doesn't make any sense to me. Well, sobbing, yeah. Honestly, you have to sit with the thought. That's the thing. You have to sit with the thought, and you have to, for exposure. And again, I'm not a therapist, so please don't take this. Is just what I had to do. I had to sit with the thought, and experience the anxiety, and then start to slowly, as you have that exposure therapy, you start to be able to become self-aware of the sort of, I don't know, fantasy of it, if that makes sense. Um, it takes a lot of time. It's not a fast process, but it takes a lot of time. But that's for me at least, that's how I did it. And then my meds. And I'll tell you what, after I took my meds last night, I was like, great, I feel fine. So it really was like something, it was just very interesting. I was like, this is curious. So I'm gonna bring that up in my thing, you know? Yes, the thought of sitting with it is making my heart race right now. Yeah. I mean, even right now I have that, right? It happens. It happens. So just know, guys, if you are experiencing those feelings, you aren't alone in that, right? It's a very normal thing. It's a very normal thing. And it's probably one of the hardest things to struggle with. Personally, for me, executive dysfunction sucks, ADHD sucks, all of those things sucks. The worst is intrusive thought anxiety. I will tell you what, I've experienced it all. That to me is the worst one because it is quite literally like life stopping in a lot of ways, where you can't you like free. It's like, and you're just like in this, it's one of the hardest things. So anyways, that's what's going on there. Is it just intrusive thoughts or actions as well? Never actions. No, for me, it's always thoughts, never actions. It's usually thoughts and then feelings. Sunset for me is when I get those feelings and then the thoughts appear. Such a weird thing. I don't know if I have like some sort of, thing with, I don't know, sunset, but sunset for me, and it's always been that way for me. I've always hated sunset. I hate golden hour. I've never liked golden hour. If I can be inside with my window shut so I don't see golden hour happening, I will be. Always. Girl, who ruined that sunset for you? I know. And it's very weird that I have that. If a light lamp might help, that would simulate daylight at that time. Yeah, it's not even so much that it's like, it's not the actual like look of it. It is the feeling that I get. It is the feeling that I get. It's a very, I don't know how to it's the hardest thing to describe. It is the hardest thing to describe. Doesn't that wake you up like a sunset, or does that bother you? Mine, I have it set to purple. It's a purple sunset or a purple brightness. That doesn't bother me though. It is quite literally when I look outside and I see the golden light, and I see that golden light outside. And it's such a weird thing because it's not like typical anxiety. It's not like typical depression. It's not anything that you would normally feel. Hi, Luana, how are you? Guys, we're having a little mental health talk for a few minutes just to let you guys know off the bat. But what the feeling is, it's like I equate it mostly to deja vu, but a negative deja vu. Sunset anxiety, yes. Dread, nerve, exactly. Deja vu is the closest thing to me that I can relate to it. When you have that experience of deja vu, but it's a negative deja vu. That's the way I can as closely associate it to, at the maximum. Nostalgic, yes, and I think there's a little bit of nostalgia for it with me too. There is. It's like a sunsetting thing, I think there's a lot of different things with it, but it's past life, yeah, maybe, I don't know. Girl Number Brothers Twitch account. Hi, Frankie's, welcome in. I don't know per se. For me, it's something that's like I just don't know. I don't really know. I don't think it's like a trigger, but it's more so that it's just like an experience that happens, and it's funny to me because nighttime is something that I always felt safer in. I always feel safe at nighttime. So it is very weird that the sunset is such a weird time for me. And I just haven't had all of this to say, I have not had these specific feelings or triggers or thoughts for a very long time. So having them now, I'm like, this is weird. So anyways, that's what I'm experiencing right now. So as you guys know, I love to update you on my journey with this, as I do with everything. And so I wanted to update you on that. And tell you how things were going there. And I'm glad that other people feel the same way too. I'm glad that I'm not alone in this, I think that's one important thing. I do. I do think it's an important thing to be like to recognize that other people are experiencing the same thing, right? Like I love that I brought up that like I have this fear that I'm going to be arrested, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, literally same." You know what I mean? Like, am I going to be arrested for anything? No, I've committed no crimes in my life, but I make up these scenarios in which I have created a crime or I have committed a crime, and I'm like, this is not a crime. You know what I mean? Or I have these, feeling impending dooms about death, right? Um, those types of things. So I think there's a lot of things that go into it, Um, but it's very much me when going through TSA. Yeah, I was I'm glad. Wait, but see me too. Yeah, like there's but very specifically, and it's very weird, right? Lila, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate it. Thank you so much. W resub, thank you. So anyways, just know that if you are experiencing those things, you're also not alone in it. And as I continue my medication journey and talk to them on Friday, which I'm going to be like, hey, this is what I'm experiencing again. Why am I experiencing this again? All of us, like randomly, all of a sudden, since it's been several years since this has happened. I think it'll be an interesting conversation. To have. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes, because but thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. And like some days like today I woke up this morning and I didn't have those anxiety thoughts, or I had them, but I didn't experience any feelings about them. I just was like, yeah, this is what's happening. I've been arrested. It's not too bad if that's any comfort. No, it's less that I have these scenarios. I don't want to like get too deep into it because some of it's kind of can be not dark, but it can be like, whoa. But I have these feelings where it's like career ruining arrests. Like stuff that has never happened and I've never done, but something like that, or that type of things, those type of things more so than anything else. Or those things. Always told me that when your body/mind will bring back certain memory feelings, time to actually deal with the thoughts. Yeah. Remember? Yeah, literally, like, like just crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to get into it too much, but just random scary, things that pop into your head that those might be too triggering, or they might be, whatever. So I won't get into it too much. It's not anything that I'm like, dangerous about, but it is, those are the types of arrest thoughts that I have. Again, I've committed 0 crimes in my life. So I don't know, besides hitting a dog with my car one time, but the dog lived. So, just shit like that. But that's one thing. And then the other is like, the death thing. So very, very, just very interesting that that's recirculated for me a little bit. But the funny thing is, like, me talking about right now, I actually don't have anxiety around it, right? It happens it's like a different type of thought process that happens. It's like when I'll like tonight, when I'm like walking to the fridge, for example, or something, or like I'm going to go brush my teeth before I go to bed, that's when I'll get hit with the thought, which cause we crashed like 3 times before we started. So I think the notifications got Effie sending out. I'm so sorry, but hi. So that's sort of if that makes sense, that's sort of the way it works for my brain. So it's definitely an interesting thing. Took psychedelics. Yeah. So that's what I, you gotta do what you gotta do. And I'm curious. The thing is, I need to be able to, take a medication that allows me to not have those feelings, but also doesn't, make it so I'm unable to exist as a human being. Right. That's the real issue. And what I'm trying to figure out, it feels that I'm in a catch-22 right now. Lou Fox, thank you for the follow. Hi, Panda Queen. In that I can take medications that prevent me from having any anxiety, prevent me from having any sort of intrusive thoughts, things of that nature. But on the other token, I have like executive dysfunction. I can't get things done. I can't exist as an adult human being. And then when I'm trying to take medication that helps me exist as a human being, deal with my ADHD, deal with things like that, I cannot stop the intrusive thoughts and things like that, right? Like there's no... thank you, Luke Fox. There's no balance to that. Zizu, it's good to see you. Yes, I am glad to be here, if that makes sense. So I need something that would be like, but you are, thank you. That means a lot to me, Luana. I appreciate that. Thank you. My goal is to try and find something that I can have a balance of both, right? And that's sort of what I'm trying to figure out a little bit, change yours. Oh, AOS, yeah, of course, always. You know, you're not alone, right? You're not alone. And that's sort of where I'm at with that. So figuring that out little by little. But yeah, anyways, we don't have to keep talking about it. But that's otherwise sickness wise, I'm feeling a heck of a lot better. I also do wonder if some of the like antibiotics that I've been taking for my ear infection, which I know is so random, had some sort of combination with my meds. You know what I mean? I'm like, did that have, probably not, but my brain is like, oh my God, that's what's causing it. It's actually my antibiotics that I'm taking. Probably not at all. Hi, Ethan. How are you? It's good to see you. But you know, just like those random things, you know, that pop in every once in a while. So you figure how you do, right? You figure what you do and you figure how you do, and you keep moving forward. But it is something that, you know, it's more normal to experience than not, right? And I think that's important. So yeah. Otherwise, I had to be honest, it could be medicine. Yeah, that's the thing is you never know, right? So I'm interested to oh, thank you. We'll see once I get to my med appointment on Friday to be like, hey girl, this is what's going on. Help. Pharmacy tech here. What happened? Oh, I just had Steve Trump, thank you for the sub. I so appreciate that. I started new medication a couple weeks ago, and I also took antibiotics for my ear issues. And about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, I started experiencing my issues that I had totally moved past with anxiety randomly again. It's been years since I've had these feelings, these thoughts, these whatever. Specifically, the very specific things are intrusive thoughts that you can't stop. That's like the most specific one around random things that I have not stressed about in years. So it was a very weird thing to have that feeling happen again, you know. Hi, I heard Jay, how are you? And hi, Quaint, welcome in. We're having a little mental healthy talk for the first segment of stream, y'all. We're gonna hop into the game here in a little bit. OCD, yes, I also thought about that too, right? And you know, that may be part of it as well. I did think about that. I don't know, right? It was a very interesting thing. I do think there is something obsessive about, and I do think I actually do have that, because I have obsessive intrusive thoughts where they won't stop. And even distraction will not stop the obsessive thoughts sometimes. So I think that also maybe go hand in hand with it, you know. We're gonna start with Fortnite today, I think, and then maybe we'll play some Marvel Rivals. I don't know. We're gonna see where the day takes us. Big Goof, yes, antibiotics can do that. Liver self-awareness. Okay, that's good to know about the antibiotics. That's actually very good to know. Maybe that might be part of the cause. It'd be lovely if it is, you know. Exposure therapy, yes. Exposure therapy is, you know, and that's what I did for these things a long time ago. But it just happened again randomly. I was walking to my fridge last night and I got hit. I describe it as a punch to the face by what an intrusive thought is. And then your whole body like freezes. So I'm actually poisoning myself. There's no poison in my kitchen. My biggest two center around very much death in many different forms. Death of myself, of the idea that there's no afterlife, of my mom passing away, of people that I know passing away, those types of things. And then the third is that I'm being arrested for a crime I never committed, didn't do, but I have these concepts of like there is a warrant out for my arrest sometimes. There isn't. Are you only a Fortnite streamer? No, Amber. No. I just have been we've just been playing Fortnite because I keep having days where I'm off because of being sick. So I haven't been able to like stick to our schedule because I've been sick, of course. But no, we play Minecraft, we play other games. Today we might play Marvel Rivals as well as Fortnite, depending on how the day goes, you know. Let me fix that. Yeah, I'm curious. You certainly have an arresting beauty though. Thank you. Yeah, again, I don't know, you know. And I cooked away once because I was convinced I cooked it incorrectly. Yeah, that's crazy. Tongue tucks to her. I know. Hate it, Madison. Hate it. But yeah, we play other things. But yeah, so anyways, that's what I've been experiencing this past like week and a half, 2 weeks, I would say. Since I started these medications and now also the antibiotics. So I'm like, I'm wondering if there is any correlation there. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I don't know. I don't know. But all I know is I went from having like usually what I have is like my generalized anxiety, which is just like and that's what I had with the medications I was taking. That's why I went to the doctor. No, nothing has changed, Amber Jones. It's just quite literally that every time TikTok very much loves it when I play Fortnite, and so because of that, Fortnite is very popular for my stream. And because I've been off so many days in a row because I've been sick or whatever, I have to come back with the strong game first and then go back to our other games, if that makes sense. That's interesting. That's interesting, Tess. Yeah, I'm not sure. Again, I don't know. I don't really know. You know, it is something interesting that I'm like, is this a cause or something? But yes. Anyways, the clonidine is great. That's the thing is I don't know if the clonidine is causing these issues. I don't know. But you guys, I love to be honest with you guys about my mental health journey, about the things that I'm taking, about what I'm doing, how I feel, what changes I'm going through. So you know, that's the update for you all. And I also like to do it because I know that other people are experiencing it at the same time. And so I think it's important to talk about. I think it's important to talk about it, you know. I do think it's important to talk about it. So I wanted to bring it up a little bit today, or at least just a little. So yeah, is it talking about enough? Yeah. And again, I'm just going through my own personal journey. This is not me saying like, you need to go get checked out for this. This is just, I'm letting you guys know how I've been feeling. Right. And so I've had some very interesting interactions with these new meds, and I'm like, okay, gonna be curious to see how it interacts and feels. But otherwise, I went to my first card show this weekend. I had a blast. It was so much fun. I really did have a great time. I'm like looking up the next one, when the next one's gonna be. I want to go buy more packs, but I need to save money. What I might do is like a silly thing where like you guys can sponsor a pack or something. I saw the card haul. Yeah, I did post a video about it. I only spent $48. So you know what? I traded a bunch of cards. So I only spent $48 for all these cards. So like, honestly, I didn't go crazy. You know what I mean? And there were so many. The one thing I hated it. Some of the scalpers were there, and they were selling the like packs and ETBs and stuff for so much money. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, I hate this. I was like, this is insane that it costs this much. Like, some guy was selling one of like some of the ones that have gone out of print for like thousands of dollars. And I was like, this sucks. You know, I'm like, I hate that this is what it is. And it's so hard to find cards. I'm like, and the thing is, when you find cards, there are never any good ones. It's always like the stuff nobody really wants, you know? Hello, welcome in. How are you? Which is really, really kind of annoying as well. You know, that's like such an annoying thing to happen at the same time. But I'm hoping I can maybe catch a Walmart restock. But I think what I'm going to do is save money and not buy packs. Maybe I'll do like a fun like Ko-fi thing where it's like, if you want to sponsor a pack or something for fun, you can, and I'll go buy a pack for you or something and see what we get, you know, or whatever. That way I'm not spending the stuff I need to pay bills with on Pokemon cards or try and balance the budget a little more clearly. Oh, I love that. I love that, Loaded Forth. That's awesome. But I did get some really cool cards, so I'm very, very happy with the things here. I couldn't tell you that, friend. Couldn't tell you that. Probably not the stream to answer that question for you. So yeah. How do you go about trading cards? I got my first card show next weekend. I'm terrified to try trade. So what I would do is I walked up to the booth and I had my binder and I was like, do you guys like are you interested in like looking at my cards and seeing like what I have? I said, this is my first card show. And the moment I said this is my first card show, they all were so nice. Like, everybody was so nice to me when I said, hey, this is my first card show. They were like, oh my God, welcome, take it all in, blah, 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 blah. You know, they were like, this isn't even the biggest one. Like, it was a very chill one, which was, I think, nice since that was my first one that I went to. But basically he would go through my binder. He's like, are you okay with me pulling out stuff that I'm interested in? And I was like, yeah. And so he like pulled things out, and he'd be like, you know, are there any that you're not willing to like, you know, sell or get rid of? And I said, you know, my newer stuff I'd like to keep. My older stuff I'm not as like my vintage cards that I've owned since I was a kid. Those ones I'm not like as wanting them, because I like the art cards more now, you know. And so those were a lot of the ones that I sold. Like, I sold all of those Ditto cards that I had that had the, you know, some of you guys saw those, like the little claymation ones. Those are older cards. And then basically what happened is he'd be like, okay, let me like look up the, like let's look it up. And he would show me, like they were all so honest with me. And they'd be like, usually what I do is I do 80%. And some of the guys were like, since this is your first card show, I'll do 90% for you. Like 80% of what market price is for the card. And they would inspect the card. They'd be like, this card is lightly played because it has some whitening here. And it's totally okay. If you don't believe me, we can get second opinions. Like everybody I talked to was very much like, not trying to swim. I was shocked. I was expecting to go in there having to like fight for my life a little bit and try not to get swindled, but it was not like that at all. It was not like that at all. And then I like showed them I did bring my card as well. That was like my super valuable like $3,000 card or whatever, just to see what people did. I was like curious to bring it to be like, are they going to try and like buy it at a lowball offer? And every single person that I talked to, they were like, take this card away from me. Everyone, they were like, you need to send this in to get graded right now. They were like, take this card away from me, get it graded. You're going to make a lot of money with this card. This is a huge find. And so that was really cool. And then they were like trying to teach me about it. Some of them like showed me different apps to download on my phone. Some were like, yeah, we have shows coming up here. Like if you're interested in these, they wrote down like the next shows in my area. So it was actually like a really lovely experience. And then what they did is they basically like found the cards and they were like, so I can give you, say for example, $60. Usually what they do is they do like, what I found is they've done like 80% like cash, like if they're paying for your card, and like 85% trade. So like say for example, the cards are worth like, I don't know, $30, and then they'll offer you 80% of that in cash or 85% of that in card trades. So I'd be like, and I would pull out cards that I was interested in. I was like, would you be willing to like trade these cards? And they were like, yeah. The most I earned from selling one card, $82 on Saturday, $82. I ended up getting $40 worth of cards and he gave me $40. He gave me $40. He Venmoed me 40. So that was kind of cool. But it was like, they also had like lots of cool stuff for like kids, you know what I mean? So like anytime a kid would come around, they had like these really cool, like, like spin the wheel, or they had like just little, stickers, little 3D printed Pokemon things, most of the booths did. There were a couple booths that were very much scalpers trying to sell their sealed product. And those ones I was like, bye. I wasn't even going to go near them. But any of the ones that were just like, doing it was just it was very nice. So, it was at like an American Legion, which I thought was so funny. But like, I went up to get a lemonade because they had like a concession stand, and the lady was like, here, I was like, I saw that it was cash only. I was like, oh my God, I'm sorry. I don't have any cash, because I was just doing like my card or Venmo or whatever. And she was like, just take it. She's like, don't worry about it. She's like, I'm glad you're enjoying. And I was like, oh my God. Like everyone was just so nice. It was kind of crazy. And people were teaching me things while I was there too. Like they were like, okay, this is what you're going to want to do. If you go up to somebody and they're like offering you this, make sure to counter. Like everybody was trying to teach me things. And I was like, this is so helpful. And then also, I didn't know this, I had a couple cards that were fake. I was shocked. I had a couple fake cards from my childhood that I had no idea were fake. And they were like, hey, I just want to tell you, this card is a fake card. And I was like, oh, I was like, I promise you, I'm not trying to, I was like, I had no idea. I had no idea. So I had like 2 cards that were fakes. They weren't like crazy. They were from my childhood. I have no idea. They were just in my like piles of cards that I had. But like one of the guys taught me how to spot fake cards, which was really cool. Usually how you can tell is on like, so I'll pull this one out real quick. On the back of the card, do you see how this is like a certain like blue? Like blue. The fake cards that I had, it was a much more vibrant. It almost looked like indigo, I guess. And I had no idea. And then the other thing is, if you shine a light, like a phone light underneath the card, you might be able to see through it, but very minimal. Those cards you could see like bright as hell through it. And so he was like, yeah, these are fakes, unfortunately. We ripped them up there together. Thankfully, they weren't like crazy valuable cards or anything like that. They were like, $3 cards or something like that. But it was interesting to see, I was like, oh shit, I didn't even realize I had a fake. So, but I sold I sold a lot of my rare cards. I will say I left with like my big pile of like super rare cards. I left with like maybe a third of them, you know, because I sold a lot of them because a lot of them were ones not that I didn't like them and wanted to keep them, but the cool thing was is a lot of these guys were and even some of the girly pops they were like, I'm not buying these to resell these, by the way. Like these are ones I want to put in my personal collection because they're just harder to come by. They were like, I love this card. Like, that's why they were like willing to do, you know, to pay more for it or to offer more trades. They were like, these are not ones I'm going to resell. Like, this is for my personal collection. So it's cool. Anyways, it was a very cool thing. And I talked to a lot of people about it, you know, so it was like, it was a fun time. It was a fun time. And I thought it would be weird and it wasn't weird at all, which I really loved. Like I expected to go in feeling weird and I didn't feel weird at all, which was really nice. Which was really, really nice. There were no like, you know, crazy scalpers or anything like that, you know. Was Walmart guy there? No, but I did see somebody who I've seen before at my Walmart. And I was like, clocked. Do you think they knew who you were? No, they were just welcoming because I was listening to other people and they were being so welcoming to other people as well, you know. They were being so welcoming to other people as well. Like it was very much they were just being nice, you know. The only time they were not being nice was when somebody was coming in trying to sell them like, hey, I have 2 ETBs in this bag that I just got from Walmart. Do you want to buy them? Then they were then immediately they turned not nice because most of these guys are not scalpers. They're just selling cards and they had obviously some sealed product, but like they were very much like not trying to like scalp. There were a couple tables that were only selling sealed product for a very high price. And I was like, get the F out of here with that shit. Like $110 for random things. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? The one thing I will never do, I will never buy cards at high price. Specifically like the sealed boxes or like, I work in lobby. Oh, Mac, that's awesome. Yeah. I just won't do it. I would rather struggle to find stuff at Walmart or Target or wherever and finally find something than pay 3 times or 4 times the cost to a scalper. You know what I mean? I'm not interested in that. Like I don't want to do that. I would rather struggle to get cards than get it easier, you know? And that's the thing is you risk not getting anything. That's the real tea is like you risk getting nothing, you know, from these things. I'm just very much like, I don't want to do that. I get why some of them are more expensive because they're sealed. Did you pay crazy for Labubus though? No, I paid $25 for a Labubu. I only paid through Pop Mart. I mean, you guys sent me Labubus. I did not pay for Labubus crazy though. No, I only ended up buying 1 Labubu. Like out of my own pocket. The rest you guys sent me. To have. My Target ran out of Pokemon cards so many times they basically stopped selling them. They used to have a good section, but not random cards are there. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how fast the scalpers grab stuff. That's the problem. So I'm hoping the scalper stuff will eventually die down. It's such a hard thing. Like I'm willing to pay like a little bit over it. I would say if it's $15 or less over the market price of what an object is, I would pay for it. Like my local card shop, they charge, I think it's like, I don't know how much it is. I think they charge like $60, $65 for like an ETB, which is usually, I think like $55 or with tax, $55 at Walmart. And like, to me, I'm like, I'm comfortable paying $65 to him. One, because he's a nice guy, he's local, and he's not charging $300 for an ETB. He's charging like $15 more so he can make something from it. You know, that to me, I don't mind doing. If it's anything more than $15 more, I'm not doing it. You know what I mean? I'm not doing it. You know, I refuse. Hi, Orteg, how are you? But anyway, so that was that. Oh, other thing, I finished the Ditto Bulbasaur. I did cut out. I think it turned out pretty cute. Do we love? Do we love? Do we love? So cute. I think I'm going to save it. I will do a giveaway of, I think I will give this away, baddies, at the end of this week if we slay the bit goal. If we slay the bit goal, I do think we will give this away at the end of the week. That's my plan. Do you crochet him? I did. Yes, I did crochet him. Because I want to start doing that a little bit. So I think I will do that this week. The big goal on top of like our regular goals. I think we have to hit like, I don't know, 2/3 of the goals of the week, and then I will give him away as like a cute little, I don't know, reward or some shit. But isn't that fun? I thought that'd be kind of cute, and it'll be open for everybody. How long did it take you? Honestly, it took me a long time because I kept doing it I did most of it during stream. But if I were to sit down and like do this while watching TV tonight, I would say probably maybe like an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe just because I have to sew a lot of it, but it honestly wasn't too bad. But yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll give this away at the end of this week if we slay our bit goals, slay our bit goal, which you can do !bits to see where we're at. And then tutorial needed. You can find it. The guy's name is Crochet by Dill. There's a free tutorial online. That's most of my stuff's free tutorials. And if we slay our other goals, so yeah, that's so quick. It'll take me months. I think right now we're at like 0 bits for the week. But once we do that, I think I need to set a new goal for it. Hold on. I need to actually, I got to change the goal I didn't change it for this week. Let me do that right now. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Okay. I just started the bit goal. There we go. I set to 15K. 15K is our like bit goal for the week usually. So if we hit that, we'll do that for a fun little giveaway. Ellen, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Otherwise, I feel like we've yapped a lot. Should we get started playing some Fortnite and start on TikTok and do our thing for the afternoon? And maybe we'll play more Rivals later, depending on how we feel. I am going to start today. I wanted to chat with you guys, but tomorrow and stuff, I don't, Carrie. Not right now. No. I want to chat with you guys and stuff, but tomorrow and through the rest of this week, I'm going to start going live on TikTok earlier, and we'll do like just chatting on TikTok as well. I am feeling better, Milk and Honey. Yeah, I ended up having a respiratory infection and an ear infection. So I'm recovering from both of those things. So it's been very slay. Before we start on TikTok, guys, I do need to pee. So I'm going to take a 30-second break and just run to the restroom. And then when I get back, we'll play some Fortnite and vibe. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. I'll be really quick. Okay. I'll be so fast. Even though I'm gone, I'm just going to run to the restroom. Here's a little Fleetwood Mac. I'll be right back. I'm going to pee. Be right back. that scared me. That scared me. That got me. That got me. It's like I had like the 80s or like 90s and 80s playlist on. Oh, Spooked. Oh my, that's my jam. It's a good one. It's a good one. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. What can I say? Feels like I was in this on when I was driving to the show last week or this weekend. So yeah. Anyways, y'all, let's get started on TikTok. Are you going to equity a different skin this time? I'm gonna eventually put on a different skin. Yeah, I'll probably put on a different one today. What I've decided, I think for the shop stuff, here's what I've decided. I think for my like boycott, whatever you want to call it, I'm going to be just conscientious about what I purchase for Fortnite from moving forward. So like rather than just blowing money, because what I used to do is I just blew money on skins, guys, to show you guys the newest skins, to do whatever. From now on, what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to be like very just only get the stuff that I actually really want. And that's all I'm gonna do for the Fortnite for the skins in the shop. And I think that's the best choice, I think, for right now. So that's my current thought process on that very specifically. That you'll actually, yeah, that'll actually use, you know, that won't just like sit and do nothing. And I just won't continue to like advertise it, you know. The pair one is weird. I know. The pair one is so weird. I almost thought about getting it, but I was like, no, I'm not getting that one. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts ones I would definitely probably get if they did come out with those. I won't lie. But anyways, let's get started on TikTok. You guys know the drill. Dropping your heart me's, tapping, all those things help out a bunch for the first little bit over there. I would appreciate it. Let's see if we can get like 50 heart me's super quick, and we'll go live. We're gonna start over there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, Michaela, I'm so sorry. I mean, I can't blame some of them got gifted it too, you know. The gifted ones, I'm like, you can only do so much, right? Hello, TikTok. Go. Lizard. Hello, friends. Hi, Candace. No. Oh, TikTok. I feel like it's been 18 years since I've seen you guys. I've been so sick. I'll be real, guys. I've been so sick. Happy Monday. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. I've been dying, y'all, but I am feeling so much better. We're back to normal now, back on our Monday grind and vibe. Hi, George. How are you? So we're just getting started. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Guys, thank you for the heart me's kicking us off. Hi, Swaggy. How are you? Emmy, hello. Oh, it's good to see you guys. I hope you all are doing well. We are here. We are here on this Monday. I'm feeling a lot better. I'm feeling a lot better than I was. If you didn't know, guys, I had an ear infection and a respiratory infection. And so girl was just dying. And so I took some time just to like actually get better before I came back fully. And I'm glad that I did. But I missed you all. Thank you for the heart me's as you're coming in. Hi, B. Thank you, guys. I missed y'all. I did. You guys know I love streaming every day. And so I'm glad to be back and rocking and rolling. Oh, I'm so sorry, George. But otherwise I've been just vibing and thriving. I went to my first Pokemon card show this weekend, guys. I've been having some interesting reactions to meds, which we talked about on Purple a little bit. I'll talk a little bit about it on TikTok later on. But otherwise I've just been here and recovering and getting better. I'm excited for this week. This week plans, we've got, I promise we have Minecraft planned. We have Pokopia. I also think we might play some Marvel Rivals on stream again too. And some Fortnite and just chatting, all the good stuff that we do every day. But definitely going to be filtering in some new stuff. If you have not seen where I've been, you guys got to follow me more. Okay. Babes, you've not been looking at my stories every day. Guys, everyone look at Kay like, girl, what have you been doing? Just kidding. I have had an ear infection and I've had a respiratory infection. So I've been so sick for the past like week and a half. So I've been like kind of streaming. Oh my God, Cam, thank you for the GGs. I love your stream, Cam. Thank you so much for being here. I've been like so sick back and forth. Girl was quite literally dying. But let's get started, y'all, with Native New Yorker to get us in the gear before we play some Fortnite, okay?
Little vamping.
And guys, thank you for the heartbeats, baddies. Ooh. Okay. And guess what?
No one opens the door.
Here I go.
For a native New Yorker. Here I go. Oh.
Hi, Hannah. How are you? I also went to my very first Pokemon card show this weekend, guys, and I ended up getting 36 cards, 36 new cards this weekend at my Pokemon card show. Kind of crazy. These were the two big ones that I got, but I only ended up spending $48. $48 with all the trades that I did with all my old cards, which is so fun. So I did that this weekend and I had a blast. If you want to see all the cards that I got, if you look on, I posted a TikTok video today with all the cards, also on other platforms too, but on there. So I got a whole bunch of new cards. But thank you guys for tapping and sharing. Who's going to be our first follower of the day on TikTok, y'all? And thank you guys so much for the love. I've missed you guys. Do you play Blitz? I have played Blitz. We played it a little bit the other day because they had the stuff still in it. Yeah. Hi, Julie's. Welcome in. Mick K. Max, thank you for the follow. I am doing good, Lost Lens. Do you make connections? I actually had a wonderful time. I really did. Spiteful J just gifted 5 subs. Are you kidding me?
I shake that ice. I shake that ice.
Oh, the baddies are out.
Shake that, shake that, shake that, shake that.
The baddies are out.
I shake that ice. Shake that ice. Shake that, shake that, shake that.
Descends, yeah, it's crazy. Plusle and Minute are my two favorite ones. Hey, I've been streaming for about 6 years. Did you show the new cards? I showed a couple of them. I won't go through each and every single one, but I'll show you some of my faves that I picked up. I got so many though. But Minute and Plusle are my two favorite Pokemon. I was able to pick up this Plusle card, which I love so much. And then I gotta find the connecting one for this one. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. I so appreciate that, Jay. That's so kind. Can we get some slays in the chat for that? And guys, thank you for the heart me's. We're trying to get to 10 followers, y'all, on TikTok to get us started. So if you're scrolling by and haven't followed for a Zesty Bestie, then let me introduce myself real quick and say hello. I'll tell you who I am. I am your Zesty Bestie, and this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
We're back, baby. I love that mark. Okay, icon. And if that doesn't get you to follow, I don't know what will, because we're 4 away from 5 new followers. And thank you guys for the heart me's. I also finished crocheting this little Bulbasaur. It's a Ditto Bulbasaur. Do we go to the... No, we still have that one too, hey. I played that one as well. This cute little Ditto Bulbasaur. So I made that finished that up this weekend as well. So that's what I was doing while I was recovering. And I feel just so much better. And I'm glad to be back. I've got good plans for this week. Lots of new games planned. Thank you guys for the gifties marked. Thank you. And calculated. Oh, you finished him? Yeah, I was able to get the felt and get it finished. So I was like, oh my God, we're going to give this away this week, I believe, at the end of the week. Soul Silver, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So I was super happy about that. And yeah, now this week we've got Fortnite, we've got Minecraft. We might play Marvel Rivals later. A whole bunch of other games too. I do want to play Pokopia again on stream. So there's some stuff we got going, y'all. There's some good things we got planned. But if you're scrolling by right now and you are not following as Zesty Bestie, I would love if you hit that follow button as we get started for the afternoon.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty. I have Makar, yeah. Christina.
okay.
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell. Girlfriend ATL.
Chelsea, I haven't tried yet today. Dilemma, you're so fine. We may need a little TikTok love today, guys, because we haven't been live on TikTok in like 4 or 5 days because I've been so sick. So if you are new here, thank you for following, tapping, sharing. Thank you for the heart me's as well. They help a bunch. And yeah, I'm trying to think of anything else that's been going on. I've just been adjusting also to my new mental health medications, guys. I've been having some new things that are going on. I talked about it on Purple. I'll talk about it probably later on into the stream again today. But that's been the big thing that I've been struggling with. I'm not a huge fan of the cozy stuff like that anymore. I'll be real with you, Makar. I'll be real with you. So I've been struggling with that a little bit. I know it's very off topic. Honestly, I don't go to the gym. I build my gym at home. I'm so sorry, Leo, but I feel you. Know that honestly, no one is really looking at you. It's more so it's more so the perception that other people are. You know what I mean? Chicken Scruff, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So yeah. Anyways, y'all, I've been dealing with some things with my new medication that I'm taking, and of course being sick. But I am feeling a lot better now. I have some good plans for this week. We're gonna be hopefully fully back into things. Kyle, thank you for the follow. And yeah, we've got Minecraft planned. I promise we will be playing Minecraft this week. I know you guys are like, oh my God, he's not been playing any Minecraft. We had to restart with Fortnite because it's been a few days since we've streamed it all. So we're rock and rolling with Fortnite today and maybe Marvel Rivals later, depending on where we're at. And then we will have Minecraft tomorrow because I actually have a sponsorship with Minecraft tomorrow, which honestly, slay. Guys, we got a Minecraft sponsorship. I forgot to tell you guys that. 21, thank you for the follow as well. Hey, thank you for the Harvey first ever gift. I forgot to tell you guys that. Yeah, we got a Minecraft sponsorship this morning, actually, before I started stream. So we will be we'll be doing some Minecraft as well. So very excited about that. Gonna be kind of fun. So and we've got other things planned. Pokopia. I've been playing Marvel Rivals again, so I'm kind of addicted back into Rivals again. So I'm like, oh, we're gonna have to play some of that too. I've been playing new characters on Marvel Rivals, guys, and it's kind of crazy. I've been playing characters that I never thought I'd be good at, and I've turned out to be very good at them. The Thing, I'm suddenly so good at playing The Thing in Rivals. Hello, who am I? Crazy. I've also been playing Namor a ton and loving it. CJ, I'm feeling so much better. Thank you for asking. I'm feeling a lot better. Definitely mostly fully recovered. I still have a little bit of like ear stuff and a little stuffiness and throat things, but otherwise like I don't feel as exhausted or as sick as I did last week. So I'm excited to be back fully for the stream, which is really lovely. Please, you basically got me into my Rivals. I know. Pokemon stuff, girl, I went to my first Pokemon card show this weekend and I got 36 new cards. I went crazy. But I had it was honestly, guys, it was so nice. I'll be real with you. I went to my first card show. It was, I said earlier on Purple, it was the coolest thing. Everyone was so kind to me. Thank you guys for the follows. Everyone was so kind to me. I came up to them being like, hey, this is my first card show. People were like teaching me things. No one was trying to scam me. Like, I also went to this, went into the card show basically expecting, and this is not like a knock on things, but I've been to a lot of gaming conventions in my life, and I was like, we did not stream yesterday. No, because of Easter, Hannah. Card show, Pokemon card. Yes, I know. I gotta enunciate my D. Girl, gotta enunciate on that D. Ayo. Hi, Dr. Delirium. But I went in there kind of expecting from like other gaming conventions that it would kind of smell a little bit and be kind of, Bessie, wait, you're Christian? I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic school for the first, I don't know, 12 years of my life. Yeah. The Catholic guilt be strong. Yeah, Hennifer. Yeah, I popped in for a second. No, I listen, you know, and guys, over your daily Hermes. So I went to my first card show on Saturday, and everyone was so kind. There were so many girly pops there. There were so many like sweet married couples who were like teaching me about like the hobby, about grading cards. Like it was actually wonderful. I only ended up spending $48 because I traded so many of my cards. But it was just like so awesome. It was so cool. And the community was amazing. The only thing that were there that were kind of annoying were scalpers, of course, trying to sell sealed product that they get from Walmart, you know, that shit, which was annoying as all hell. But otherwise, everybody else was so kind and so nice. And I had a blast. I do think I have to like pause buying packs of cards from stores until I am able to track how to get better sets, because right now I'm just getting whatever's available and I feel like all the scalpers are grabbing the good stuff first. And also maybe I'll set up like a card fund or something so I can open up packs on stream or something stupid like that. Yes, it is not definitely financially. It is definitely a much more challenging hobby than not. You know, for Sin. Oh, I love that, Megan. That's awesome. But yeah, I thought maybe we could do that. Emmy, thank you for the heart me, and thank you guys for the follows and the love. These were the two biggest cards. If you're curious what the biggest cards that I got, these are the two biggest ones. That I ended up paying $0 for. I traded for these ones. So these were the two biggest ones that I got. This awesome Charmander, which I got, which I love. You kind of see here. And then I also got the Mew, which I've been looking for this Mew. I've wanted this Mew for a while. Because I love the art style on it. So those are the two that I got. So and then 36 other ones. We'll show more of them throughout the day as well. But let's hop into a game, y'all. Thank you guys for the gifties. And don't forget your daily heart me if you're coming in. The Mew, I know, so slay. So I just posted a video earlier today about the Pokemon haul. I would love if you guys reposted it, shared it, all those good things on all the platforms. It'd be so amazing. I quite enjoyed it. So it was a lot of fun. I just had a blast. User a little bit, yeah. I haven't done it in a while though. I don't know. That's so funny. Who did change this to Tonga Jahari? 151. I know, Emmy. Yeah, I did get it. Yeah, I ended up trading a ton of my cards, so it was a lot of fun. It was so cool. And guys, if you are new here, let's play. You know I'm Zesty one more time, real quick, to say hello. Andy, thank you for the follow. Hi, Sip and Slay.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, it's slow cake.
Happy Monday.
Oh my God, she's bald. ITGIRL. You know I am that girl.
Well, maybe it says I'm loading in. Okay, now we're in. I was like, girl, am I going to load into a game? But yeah, no, I'm just glad to have you guys all here. I'm excited for hopefully a full week of streams where I'm not sick and dying. So we'll hopefully be ready to rock and roll for the rest of this week. And yeah, just welcome on in. Hi, T-Lin. Graveyard change skin. I did. I'll change it after this round. I will. I'll change it after this one. I do love this skin though. It's so fun. Broad, thank you for the heart me, guys. We're only 19 heart me's away. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better. So we'll have to get back on the TikTok grind a little bit because obviously we've been off for a hot min, but I'm excited. Today I'm feeling like we're gonna play Fortnite and then we might play Marvel Rivals later. Depending on how I'm feeling and how I'm vibing and how I'm slaying, we may play some Rivals later. But no promises there. But possibly. We shall see. Bum-ba-now. We shall see. But yes, welcome on in. We're just starting on TikTok. We'll be live on Purple for a little bit. I will be sat for Rivals if so. Yeah. Rivals a good way to change that. True. Unfortunately. No, honestly, I have been having fun because I've turned off comms, and comms have made it less awful. I will say. Guys, we're almost at 10 followers. We are 3 away from that. If you're scrolling the FYP and you're willing to leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie right now, we are 3 away from 10 new followers on TikTok. Yes, I'm glad to be back. I am. Ava, oh my gosh, Lucas, Skillet, Grim Noah, Haley, thank you guys. Meg, thank you for the follows. Welcome in. Thank you guys. Hello. Oh my God, so many friends. Thank you for the follows. And Heather and Shan, all the baddies. If you all followed, you're now allies, okay? Is it following for other folks on TikTok or just our a friend Awis there? New York Mima sitting on the bed. Yes. I'll do ranked, but then I quick play. Yes, literally. T-Lin, thank you for gifting out a sub. Wait, can we get some slays for T-Lin in the chat, y'all? That's crazy. Daniel, thank you for the follow. That's how settled before our rivals. Oh my gosh. Good. You're fine? Okay. It might just be you then. Baddie. I'm doing good, Mrs. Mercury. You know, I'm still recovering from being sick, but I feel miles better than I did a few days ago. So I'm like, okay, I'm ready to rock and roll now. You know, I'm feeling a lot better, and we got some good plans this week, so I'm excited. I am excited. Hi, Stacy. I live in Glitter Girly. Thank you. Thank you for the heart me, Stacy. Appreciate it. Baddies. Y'all are baddies. Feels like. We'll see how this round goes. But yeah, we're just getting started. How often do you stream? What's your Purple? Purple is Zesty Bestie. And I stream every day. I've been so sick for the past week and a half that I've not been live on my usual schedule. But usually every day but Saturday is my schedule these days. Usually. Hi, Sebastian. How are you? I'm glad I popped up. Yes. Anyways, yeah, no, I want to go see Project Hail Mary. Is it good? Oh, did you, Kenzie? Is it good? I thought about going to see it. Leon, thank you for the populars. Thank you guys for the gifties. I appreciate it. And Lally, thank you for the follow. Okay, we have a thing here. Don't play. Okay. You better. You better. Girl, I need this to come back me out. It's a good one. So good as all last night. Was what crispy? Now Connor. Eloise, thank you guys. We're just 11 heart me's from the heart me goal. If you're not dropped your heart me yet, I'm watching you. My weekend was good. Yes, I did have Easter dinner with my family yesterday. How you got successful? I don't know if I'm necessarily successful, but I'm always happy to talk about it when I can. I'm also happy to answer any questions. Don't worry. Thank you for the follow, Madison. Thank you for the heart me. Was it crispy? Have you? Was it crispy? Was it Krispy Kreme? My mom said I should read the book first before I go see the movie. Playing Apex Legends? Oh my gosh. Missed your face? Yeah. My mom was like, you should read the book first. Thank you, Jess. I appreciate you. Guys, we're now just 9 Hermes from the Hermie goal. Thank you, baddies. Arar. Hello, Gay Angel. How are you? His mom is that she is better. A lot of details about the movie leaves out. Okay. Just remove Reddit. Yes, Cece. Yes. We just have been playing Fortnite because I have been away. And so I haven't been able to hit the groove of us doing like our normal variety. So if it feels like all you've seen over the past 2 weeks is Fortnite, it's because it's true. Because every time I go live, I'm off for like 3 more days because I end up getting sick. So that's why things have felt a little all over the place. Happy, thank you for the heart. Girl, I can't see with you jumping all over the place like that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes, we should be back to Minecraft tomorrow and other games as well. I have plans for everything, so don't you worry. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. But yes, welcome on it. Ryan Gosling. Yeah, I know Ryan Gosling's in it. Very true to the book. Okay, T. I'll have to check it out. I'm actually interested. I'm actually interested to watch it. I thought about going to the thing is my movie theater in my town kind of sucks. It's kind of ass. So I'd have to go like travel somewhere. Maybe this weekend. Maybe this weekend I'll go. It'd probably still be in theaters this weekend, right? Right? I would assume it would be. Also, guys, we're almost at 20 followers on TikTok. Thank you. Time to call up the girlies, literally. I'm trying to do, okay, I've learned from other people that we should be locking in on, Amani. I thought about starting there, that we need to lock in on getting rivalries. This is what I've learned from other people, from other streamers. I do, Ava, yes. That like the rivalries are important. Is that true? I know, T-Lin, right? Obviously, I haven't been focusing on them at all, as you guys have noticed, most likely. As you guys have noted, where is this guy? Team Ice King on God. Okay. Even the paparazzi Team Ice King. We're on Team Ice King. I know all of you being like not on Team Ice King will be like, no, you shouldn't focus on them. I do not go live on PC. No, I have a PC. You can do both. You can do anything though. Okay, this has got to be him. Bro, where is he? Where is he? Girl, where did he go? Hello? Am I blind as a bat? Hello? No, it doesn't matter. Your bonus is up to recently. You're on foundation. Am I blind as a bat? Where? Okay. He's got it. Girl, I swear to God. Oh, there he is. There's the bot. Girl, I'll tell you what. I feel like they made the bots smarter for a little while, and now the bots are stupid as shit again. Shrek, how are you? I feel like it's like back to them being dumb. Mark, oh, user, I actually was sick. Oh, you're back. But I actually had bronchitis and an ear infection, you know, and I am allowed to take days off. Kate, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh my God, I forgot that you still make new accounts to come in here and blame me on my schedule. Ooh, ooh. Like, girl, do you go to work when you're sick? They already got muted. We can ban. I'm not even gonna play with them today. Hi, Lindsay. I'm doing good. Just got over it. Yeah, like, girl, I was actually really sick. I was like dying. Thank you guys for the heart me's, by the way. We are just 8 heart me's away from our heart me goal. But no, I'm feeling a lot better now. I will be real with you guys. Feeling a lot better. I'm having some weird side effects to my medication, which I've talked about a little bit on Purple, and I'll continue to talk about today. But we'll yap about that too. But I'm feeling a lot better than I did. Where are you from? New York. Emily, thank you for the follow. Jukui, I saw that the ad from that. I saw the ad from that. Looked good. Yeah, KD. Thank you guys for being here, by the way. If you're just joining in and you're new, welcome in. We're so happy to have you. WMC Donald, thank you for the follow too. What is the movie even about? The Ryan Patterson. What is it even about? Let's see. Oh, they left. They left. Thank you, player. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a great day. And happy Monday also. Why did I say Ryan Patterson? I'm sorry, Robert Pattinson. Girl, my brain's still a little fried. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Damn. Tristan, think of this SC man. Leave me alone. Not Ryan Patterson. Okay, leave me alone. Damn. Oh, should I send you love? Usually, Meg, yeah. Some days we do more than that, but usually, because I like to yap with you guys. Talk about it already. Yeah, I have no idea what it's about. It's called The Drama. Okay. T. Well, we've got the drama up in here, honey. And guys, thank you for tapping and sharing. Don't forget your daily heart me's. We're 4 away from the heart me goal, y'all. See if we can finish that out real quick. Feels like I should have started a rivalry. Now. Okay, that was weird. Girl, who's shooting at me? I'm getting shot at from somewhere. Where? Emily, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Mallory, thank you for the heart me. How was it was amazing, Shrek. I had the best time at the card show. It was awesome. Mochi, we do. Yes, I'm a little sick still right now, so I won't be doing karaoke today if we hit the goals. But at the end of this week, if we hit all our goals for the full week, we are doing a giveaway for this cute little Bulbasaur that I crocheted. So we're doing some new giveaways again, which is kind of fun to do because I haven't done that in a while. I thought that might be a fun little thing to start doing again when I can, you know. I know I finished it yesterday. Isn't he perf? He's so cute. I do like the new fort season. I think it's fun. No worries. No worries, Rums. I probably will get Tomodachi Life. Yeah, people keep saying I need to get it. I need to play the demo. No, I did not meet that person again, Shrek. No, I didn't. Okay, top 10, but I don't know where anybody is. But Gavin and Maynard, I would. Holly, that'd be so cute. Lucy, thank you for sending that final heart me. You're such a baddie for that. I'll change that goal here in a minute, y'all. Nope, I want these, please. Please play the demo. I know. It was like a Blockbuster. Yes, I've seen a lot of people play that one. I've thought about that. Ooh, we got somebody over there. I think that's them. Hold on. Got a Miku on me. I'm gonna die here. Oh, I got a headshot on her. I'm gonna die here. I knew that was gonna happen. The moment I see a Miku, you know it's over. But I got the rivalries done, so that's pretty good. All right. Yeah, what was that? Did anybody see that green beam there? Girl, what the hell was that? Did anybody see that green beam? I was so confused on what that was. Mm. What was that green beam? Let me set a new goal, y'all. I know. I was like, hello? Hello? What is that? What's in the shop? I don't show the shop. I'm sorry, friend. You'll have to go look online. To go look online. I know, it was weird. Hi, Maud. How are you? I'm feeling so much better. Guys, if you're new here, let's do our introduction to say hello, by the way.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call just
I'm feeling
text.
so much
Bitch,
better.
you slow can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go from 18.
All right, IDK. I love it. 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 Oh my God, she's bald. But yes, I'm feeling so much better. I'm still adjusting my medications. I've been having some new side effects to my meds, which is not great, but it's been okay. I've been having some intrusive anxiety that's been kind of awful. And you guys love to know I talk about my mental health very openly. I've talked about it on Purple for most of the day already today. But I'll continue to talk about it because I think it's important to talk about, you know. Oh, hi, Madison. So that's the tea. That's the tea currently. So that's what I'm kind of struggling with a little bit right now, but otherwise I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Cody, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. And thank you guys for all the follows and the love. Amani, thank you for those finger hearts. And yeah, bad anxiety, health, anxiety, and bad depression. Yeah. So I started a new medication, and part of what I've been struggling with is this over the past 2 weeks. I have no idea if I saw that. I thought that was so funny. Whoever's username it is. I, for a long time prior to the medication that I was on, like 4 or 5 years ago, I struggled with what was intrusive anxiety, where I'd be like walking to like the fridge or something, and it would feel like I get punched in the face with this crazy anxiety thought. Usually it's centered for me around death or something of that notion. And recently it came back with these new medications that I've started, which is kind of crazy, been kind of annoying. So I've been struggling with that the past few weeks. Yeah. And for me, it's like prior to these new medication things I've been doing, I was having just like generalized anxiety, in that I was just like anxious and having higher heart rate and things like that. Now I'm having like the very specific intrusive thought anxiety before, that I have not had in a long time. And I'm like, oh, okay, slay. I have not, Ava. I'm on a myriad of cocktail. I can't say all of them on TikTok because TikTok will get mad at me. But I'm on quite a few different things right now. I'm on Wellbutrin is one of my big ones. And some other things, you know. So I'm gonna be talking to my doc about it too, you know, to see what's up. But you know, also like random thoughts like I'm gonna be arrested, even though I've never been arrested. One, I've committed 0 crimes in my life. I don't know why I think that, but like this idea that I have like, you know, a warrant out for my arrest, things like that, crazy stuff. Just random like intrusive thoughts that exist, you know. And I haven't had those things happening for several years, and they started again last night. So I was like, oh, okay. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. I have those. Yeah, do you? Well, yeah. It is. It's crazy work. Yeah. And thank you guys for the love. Thank you guys. Yeah, I've been on that for a long time. They put me on new things right now for helping with my sleep specifically. I'm sorry. It's okay. You know what? It's all right. You know what I mean? Hold on. There are way too many people here. I don't like this. I'm going. There are far too many people here for my liking. For my liking. Hi, sub sign. Far too many people here for my liking. Let me heal up real quick. Hi, Faith. Yeah, hey, yeah, for me too. Not one good squishy of Pexies. No! The worst. Listen, the Nino craze is crazy right now, Marv. Isn't it crazy? But yeah, and then the other thing that I'm like struggling with, that I've struggled with for a long time too with it, is like I have this weird anxiety around sunset, like the time of day. Tiny Beast, thank you for the follow. I describe it as like having deja vu, but negative deja vu when sunset hits. At that time of day specifically. And I have not had that for a long time, and that's also been reappearing. So I'm like, oh, okay. Slay, baddies. Love that for me. So that's been like the new side effects I've been having with my meds. So I'm like, okay, gotta go talk to my doc again about that. But otherwise, that's the current stitch, you know. That's okay, Emmy. It's okay. Thankfully, I know better now how to handle it than I did in the past life because I've done a lot of like therapy for it, things like that. But it's become more and more prevalent with the new changes that I've been doing with my. And you guys know I'm very much a mental health advocate, and so I talk about things that I'm dealing with my own personal mental health and changes to things on my stream because I like to be open about it because I think it's a thing I have to, you know. And I like to, so yeah, and I always will, Hey, thank you for the follow. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I think I'm gonna take these instead for right now. Yeah. Deja vu, what is it about? So it's not that I'm having deja vu. It's just that it's, if you've ever experienced deja vu, like that like feeling of deja vu before, if you know what I'm talking about, it's hard to describe. It's hard to explain. I just equate it closely to like that feeling of deja vu, like something has existed before, but it's a negative feeling. It's like a negative connotation of it, I guess, in deja vu. Is how I feel sometimes when sunset hits, is what I've been noticing lately. It's just the closest reaction that I can describe about it, you know. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Meant to have my pickaxe out. Someone cooked here. Yeah, it's like a weird singing. Exactly. Yeah. Kind of. I would say it's less like doom, and it's more like there's a nostalgia aspect to it as well, but it is a negative aspect, but not in like a I have trauma way. It's more just like a anxiety negativity. It's very interesting. It's just a very interesting feeling. And so I've been having that the past couple of weeks with these new things. Yeah, of course. And so I've also been dealing with that on top of being sick, you know. CLC, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, again, I just started seeing a new med doctor this past week or 2 weeks ago now. Hold on, there's somebody else. Oh. Hold on. Got him. I hear that's just aging. It's not an aging thing. It's not an aging thing. Ooh, girl. I experienced these exact feelings when I was 22, and I had I was hospitalized for it actually. So it's something that I worked through, but now it's returning. We're feeling good, Alba. How are you? Thought I wasn't paying attention. All right, whatever. I hate third partiers. Peyton, I'm not doing it. I'm going to stop doing the 3 things for now just because it's a little too stressful. I'm dealing with other things personally. So right now we're not, you know. What I've realized whenever I'm sick or stressed, the intrusive thoughts come out of nowhere. Yeah. I did a lot of things today, but I have like other things going on personally that I'm like, I'm not clocking 3 things every day these days. Oren, thank you for the heart me. And yes, and I appreciate your guys' thoughts and feelings on it, but I like to just say it as a way to like talk about to you guys, because I know other people experience these same things as when I do, you know. So I do know that that's, you know, a big part of it, you know. I think it's a big part of it, and I like to be honest about my mental health journey because it's an important thing. And I didn't have anybody to talk to about it when I was struggling with it the first time around 6 years ago, and now it's coming back, and I'm like, oh, okay, girl, clock my tea. So, you know, I'll always be as open as I can be, you know, but I describe the feeling of it, and I appreciate it, guys, but I would ask that we don't make jokes about my mental health in the chat, like blaming Gracie Abrams. That's not very funny, right? I'm being very vulnerable with you guys on the internet right now, and to make jokes about it is actually kind of disrespectful, as somebody who's talking about their mental health journey. So, you know, please take that into consideration when you think about what you say online, when somebody's talking about their mental health struggles online, right? Just, you know, what you say on the internet does exist. So just think about that, you know? So I appreciate it, but at the same time, being vulnerable is important, and I think it's doing that. Oh, we didn't mean to mute Andy. Andy could be unmuted. He was saying, oh no, to The other thing for the weekend, I do usually. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, I am doing okay. Yes, no, I just like to I've always go through mental health things, so I like to talk about them because I think it's important to talk about them in a way, because I think other people struggle with it too. A lot of people in the chat today were like, oh my god, I struggle with these intrusive thoughts all the time. But the way I describe it is like when I'm walking into a room, it'll happen randomly and it feels like I'm punched in the face. That's how I like to describe it. Of an intrusive thought, and it like consumes your entire body. And so I haven't had that feeling in a long time, but these new medications I started adding that back into my life again. So I'm like, but I think it's important to talk about and discuss. So that was one thing I want to talk about a little bit today as we play games. Of course, we're not gonna spend the whole stream talking about it, but you know, just a little thing. Leave the house. Yeah, it's important, right? So anyways, but I did have an amazing time at my card show this weekend, guys. I had such a blast. It was amazing. And I am feeling a lot better. So stream should be back to normal from being sick. When you drive, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mama Kens. Excited about the new meds is coming back. Yes, Vanessa. I think that's part of it too. You know, I do. Yeah. Of course. Yeah, Leah, for sure. How does the card show work? So you go basically, and it's a bunch of vendors selling cards, and you can trade cards. You can talk to them. They sometimes sell like sealed product too. But I ended up trading a bunch of cards for the most thing. That's awesome, Molly. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, Kalina. Yeah. And guys, thank you for the love and the gifties and the follows. I appreciate it. I have a fear of him. Yes. Yeah. Jaquie. Same. Yeah. It's a hard thing because it's a different type of anxiety. It's not like a chill anxiety. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. There's different types of anxiety. I feel for me, it's the anxiety sort of resonates similar to like back rolls. To like an overwhelming surge, if that makes sense. More so than like a lingering. You know, the favorite card I got, I did get this Mew card. I've been wanting to get this Mew card. I love so much. My favorite one. Similar, hey, yeah, a little bit. It's tough because it's not an impending thing. It's just a thought process. It's very hard to describe, you know. Darkenite, yeah. Ooh, I love that promo. It's so good, right? I realize you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the gifties too. I appreciate it. Sophie, thank you. Just Josh, thank you. Hi, Claudia. It's good to see you. Do you play Pokopia or Pokemon Go? I do play Pokemon Go, yes. Not as much as I used to, though. 2016 was when I was, like, in my era with it. Does stream make your anxiety worse some days? No. Being here, being able to talk to you guys is amazing, you know? Being around other people makes my anxiety not exist. Why did I land here? This is the most... Oh, my God. Already somebody's dead. Girl, I'm dead. Hold on. Hold on. Hi, Vision Popper. How are you? I see my... Okay, he's down there. I'm in a third party. Girl. Okay, I actually hate this SMG. I tried to lock in a little bit. Oh! Hi, Street for a Cause. I hate him. I hate him when I had to like focus in for it. Same for me, living around people and talking. Yes. Hi, Shayla. How are you? Okay, there is somebody nearby. Ooh, girl. Sometimes CLC, yes. Guys, thank you for the gifties too. I appreciate you. But yes, so anyways, that's what I've been experiencing lately. Again, I like to be open and honest about it, you know? And I always will be. Hi, hey, how are you? Sorry, I had to lock in. I got nervous that I was gonna get creamed there, honey. But yeah, no. So I'm just, you know, I like to be real about the mental health things that I face every day, you know? Sleep apnea. Oh yeah, I had sleep apnea orange for a long time. For a very long time. And I'll always talk about it on my stream because I think it's important to talk about, you know? I think it's an important thing to talk about. I have no movement, mind you. Do you think having a therapist helpful? Absolutely. Absolutely. If I could make healthcare and mental health care free for everybody in the country in an instant, I would. I think it's one of the most important things. I think it's one of the most important things. Yes, for sure. If I could, I would. I feel like he's still here somewhere. I'm nervous. Baddies, I'm nervous. I'm scared. Also, we love Street for a Cause here. Hi, Street for a Cause. And guys, thank you for the heartbeats and the love and the gifties. Bow now. Lack of access is frustrating. Yeah. Oh my god, I was like, am I gonna take fall damage from this? Guys, I only have 2 shots on this thing. It's Safari with the 2 money guns. Oh, you're hot. Oh, you're hot. Are you kidding me? Oh, you're hot. Thank you so much. It's oh, and a galaxy too. Oh shit. Oh goddamn.
Never stops with gentle hands and the
heart of a fighter. Baddie.
I'm a survivor.
Somebody's right here to kill me.
I just wanna be part of somebody.
Got him. Got him. Thank you for the swan too. Would you? Oh my god, so many things. Oh my god. I'd get ice out of every single city in this world right now if I could, hey. Okay, I was kind of cooking there. Thank you guys. Thank you for the follow. Oh my god, and with the DJ glasses
Please
too. Wait,
welcome
Safari.
the wickedly talented, one and only Adele Dazeem.
Can we get some huge plays
Please
right now?
welcome the wickedly talented
For Safari
one
dropping
and
huge
only
gifts.
Adele Dazeem.
This is crazy.
Please welcome the wickedly talented, one and only Adele Dazeem.
Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. As always, your guys' presence is a present here. It means a lot. I know, Aspen, I have had a ear infection and a respiratory infection, so a girl's been dying a little bit. Best Southern, honey. Southern charm. I can't really do a Southern accent very well. I'll be real with you. It'll never be my best work. I'll try it though. Booty shakes for them, please. Yes. That was kind of good, wasn't it?
A single mom who
And
works
another
2
galaxy.
jobs, who loves her kids
Okay,
and never
hold on. I gotta lock in. Oh, I'm dying to something. Wait, what?
and the heart of a
Go up in the
fighter.
air.
I'm a survivor.
Thank you so much for that, Safari. Hold on, we're gonna try and lock in a little bit here. Girl, wait, why don't I have my gun? Oh, Soleil, lock it with a rebound. And thank you for the roses too. Holy cow. Oh, I got somebody else behind me. Girl, I can't. This season's crazy. I feel like every time you're around somebody, there's like 8 other people around you, you know? We see down here, is it? As another person, we all talk with our upper lip pretty far our teeth. Yeah, I did take, that's a lie. What's a lie? What's a lie, Addison? AI generated kill. Okay. Your dad was an AI generated kill last night while I was railing him from behind. Bro on the alphabet team? Yeah, I am, honey. Safari, thank you for the donuts. Thank you for the donuts. I appreciate that. Safari, you're being so kind. Thank you. Hi, Garrett. Baby Jane Dow. Hey, yo. Quick with that. Always. Always, honey. Always, honey. Bella, thank you for the harmony. Guys, if you're new here, let me introduce myself. After we have this from Safari.
It's Brittany, bitch.
It's Brittany.
And I am back.
And I'm back. Hi, Trainwreck. Yes, I'm feeling so much better.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zesty.
don't call
This
just
ain't
text
Philly.
me, bitch, it's slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL.
You know I am that girl. Hi, Bella.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. Ain't girlfriend,
ATL. And Marvel, thank you for the heartbeat. Thank you guys for all the love. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Lady Gaga, Beyonce telephone. Yes. Yeah, I finished all the latest episodes of The Pit. I love it. The Pit's amazing. It's so good. Thank you, guys. Guys, we're almost to 30 followers. Hi, Krista Bear. Yes, we should be back to normal with streams for this week, guys, including Minecraft, including Hopefully, I kind of want to do some Pocopia as well this week. Jay, thank you for the follow. I'm doing good. And hey, Faye, thank you as well. And Alice, thank you for the follow too. Thank you guys. Besties, who else? I'm not caught up, but I did start the new season. Yes, Chilen. Yeah, I'm Justice League with finger hearts. Thank you guys for all the love. What type of transformer are you? The metal one. Are you trying to say transgender? Is that what you're trying to say, Soul? Is that what you're trying to say? Are you trying to ask if I'm transgender? Because I'm not transgender. I go by he, him pronouns. I'm just gay. But there are many great trans creators out there if you're looking for a trans creator to support out there. But transformer is actually derogatory. So I'll let you correct that yourself right now and apologize, or we'll ban you. You can choose. You can choose. Either apologize or we ban you. Do you like Five Guys? I do. I would love Five Guys in my mouth right now. What? No, I do love Five Guys though. Burgers. I do just like Five Guys in general. Clock it. I do just like Five Guys in general. They say that on purple? They did. I know. Shocking, right? Usually we don't get that many trolls on purple. My bad. Thank you for saying so. And thank you for saying so. That's awesome. And welcome in. I know that's right. Success that. Oh, too much. Wow, Francisco. We love it. Prayer stream's hilarious. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Tyler, no, not Tyler Oakley. Although I get that very often. Hi, Sam. How are you? Alien. Oh my God. 5 gifted.
Then we go to the gay club, and who do I see as soon as I get in the door? Abby Lee Miller in her wheelchair.
I do, Emma.
Yes.
Dula Peep.
And you know what?
I think these are bots.
What was that? Okay. James. Yes.
Oh. Hold on. This girl wanted to show up a third party too. Girl, I swear, the moment can you even fight in this game without like 3 more people showing up? I feel like this entire game, no matter when you get into a fight, it's like bees to a hive every time. You know what I mean? Twisted Stitcher with something called Rocky's Punch. Thank you so much for that. Holy cow. Wait, that's a huge gift. Thank you. Oh my God.
I want fabulous. That is my simple
Daddy Jobs,
request.
thank you.
Bigger and better and best.
You guys are eating today. Hello?
Help me get along. I need a little fabulous. Is that so wrong?
I know, Jolie's right. Wow, thank you. T-Lana, Betsy, I love you so much. The way you organize your loadout stresses me out. Okay, so the reason I have it the way it is because I have keybinds for every single item. So it's organized that way, not because it's like I swipe through it, but because like my Q and E are 2 buttons, and then I have 2 mouse buttons that I click as well for specific weapons. That's the only reason why. It's the way it is. Is the punk song really? I didn't organize mine. Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you for the love. Honestly, Francisco's the lovely Koi J made a lot of them just for me out of the blue, you know.
She passed away?
Jessica. Alien, oh my God. Alien, thank you so much. You guys are going crazy with the gifted stuff. We hit the sub goal already. I'm purple. Hello? You guys are icons. Let's lock in on that big goal now, y'all. You guys are crazy. 4-day last night. It's definitely sweatier than usual. I thought about doing some ranked today to see if it's less sweaty in ranked. Thank you guys. It's true, Jonathan. It's true. Thank you guys for the love. I really appreciate it. Hey, TikTok doesn't love it sometimes. I know, Michaela. I do miss Sims 4. I'm trying to find a way I can bring it back without being, you know, it's just the ethical. But also now Fortnite is not, is also a mess too. OG Umbrella. Oh yeah, is there like an OG Umbrella or something? you can get. They're really giving out all these free things, aren't they? Because they're feeling bad about firing 1,000 employees. Was it Ty? What's for lunch? I have some leftover Easter. Okay, so I have a couple things. I have leftover Easter food. I also have leftover Applebee's because I did the 2 for $25 Applebee's, but I had a gift card, so I got it for free. And so I got stuff for meals. But I also realized I got stuff that I need to like air fry, so I might save that for dinner. I might save the Applebee's for dinner later than lunch right now. I'm been good is underrated. I love my back bling, yeah. What are you streaming on? I'm on Purple and on TikTok. No, it's called Twitch. It's called Twitch. If you're curious about what it's called Twitch, yeah. Feels like. What's the time? It's 3:30 here. 3:30. 3:30. Love that, yeah. What's considered Easter food? Devil's eggs. We did ham, mac and cheese, mashed potatoes, a pineapple bake. What else do we do? Green bean casserole. The white people shit. Luke, we got started about an hour ago on TikTok. What else? Queen, I'm already looking for my next. Literally, there's a card show this weekend, and I'm like, do I go to the card show this weekend? Literally, I'm like thinking about going to one this weekend. There's a couple near me. I'm like, ooh. But I had so much fun at the show. Yeah, I want to vlog it next time for sure. Pineapple bake, please describe. I don't know how to describe it. It's just like pineapple. I don't. Girl, okay, has anybody else been getting this glitch where you don't shoot upwards? Do you see that? Hey, sometimes I do. Hi, Faye, how are you? And Addie D with a follow. Inside, I know. I gotta like record inside when we go. What is that? You're all good, soul. I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to decide. I can't really. It's like pineapple. I don't know. It's like a. Oh, girl, that was embarrassing. I missed that headshot on that bot. I'm so embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed. Also, shotguns are reload. Oh, T, love that. Love that for me. I went to the card show by myself. Yes, I did. Yeah, I did go to the card show by myself. I'm trying to find where this guy is. Oh, hi, Johnny over here. Do good damage. More for traversal. I think they're more for traversal or getting an enemy into the air. Okay, he's got to be over this way. Where is he? Ooh. Girl, can I hit my shots, please? Oh my God, I kind of was ass there too. Not gonna lie. Wherever you want to watch. I hate it, Jaquie. I hate it. Who does troll? What are you saying? He live. Do you ever go on the date your mom was trying to set up? No, I did not. He was much older than I was. Hi, P. How are you? Guys, welcome in, by the way, for just joining in for the afternoon. Yeah, I hate it. I think it's disgusting. I'm clocking anybody who wears that skin. I'll be real. Or buys that skin. Love you, but please don't buy it. Oh, it's gone now. Didn't they take it out so fast too? I do think it's kind of funny that they had the Tung Tung Sahur only in for like 2 days. Like they didn't want to keep it in for that long. They didn't want to keep it in for that long. The stupid AI ass skin. So dumb. So dumb. 832. I'm sure they will. I don't really care, you know. Roth, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Well, I'm glad you called them out, Samantha. Honestly, good for you. Listen, some streamers you can, you know, some can't. Some obviously got gifted by Fortnite, so they couldn't do anything. But, you know, you do what you can. Oh, I clocked. Oh, I clocked out here. Oh, John, you have to apply on Discord. On the Discord. Love your skin. Thank you, Jada. Hi, Mayor. Yes, I've been so sick. I had an ear infection and a respiratory infection that I'm still recovering from. I'll link in my bio for it. Have they really? That much? Yeah. I want to say I'm proud. I did see some of you guys in chats this weekend. Just know I clocked a few of you in chats this weekend asking about the skin. And I want to say I'm very proud of a lot of you. I just want to say that. I was just, and it wasn't anybody specific. I was just popping into random streams that I didn't even know. A lot of people I don't even know, but I saw you guys, specifically people from our community, going in and asking about the skins. And I do want to say I'm really proud of you guys for that. It takes a lot of courage, a lot of guts. So I'm proud of you. Proud of you for that, y'all. I really am. Know that I saw that. Know that I saw that. Kara, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Know that I did see that this weekend, and it was really cool to see. The brain rot, stupid ass skins, those ones. Can we explain? Yeah, so they're AI. It's all AI. Those skins are AI bullshit. So, you know, it's like not good, you know. The Tong Tong Sahur and the Cappuccino Ballerina. I just clocked a lot of people in different, and it wasn't any, honestly, it wasn't any streamers that I follow or watch. It was mostly streamers that I don't even watch that I saw. But I saw you guys in other ones and I was like, whoa, that's crazy. My card show was amazing. The card show was awesome. I had a blast, Charby. Thank you, Mike. That means a lot to me. That means a lot to me. I know, I hate that the spoon pick is actually good. That's the hard part, Kara. How did they find out it's AI? So those characters are AI, BB. They're specifically AI characters from like AI brain rot. Like that's what they originated from. Like it's not from like they're not original Fortnite skins. They're from like a separate, it's like Italian brain rot AI. I just, you make it an application Discord. Usually you have to be a part of the community for a little bit though, before we do that. So they basically brought AI characters into the game with the skins. I get it. Yeah. Binary organizing? No, we did not. So stupid. We did not get it set up the way I wanted it to. Okay, I think that's a bot over there, but I'm gonna try and make it over there and see. Hi, Mahak, it's good to see you. I'm doing good. I'm feeling a lot better from my sickness, from my respiratory infection and stuff. I'm feeling a hell of a lot better, which is fabulous. I'm still a little, oh, I got him. That was my rival. Still a little like recovery mode, but otherwise doing good. Doing good. For random too many sweats. I haven't even tried, OG. I feel like you're always sick, bestie. Gracie, this was the same sickness. This is my job. Sofa, yeah, no. Streaming and content creation are my job. At least a week or two. Usually, it was the same sickness. I had an ear infection. I didn't know. And I didn't know I had an ear infection. Sorry, yeah. Thank you, Lily. Yes, Bella, I do. And Keith, thank you for the follow, guys. Thank you for the love. Was your infection bad? No, I honestly didn't even know I had an ear infection until the doctor looked in my ear and was like, oh, girl, you have an ear infection. I was like, oh, okay, clocked me. I was like, oh, okay, clocked me. I was like, damn. I was like, damn, I got clocked there. But I do think it made me more sick than I was planning, you know? Bye. I'm gonna get third-partied here. Do you still have it? I'm still on antibiotics for it, so like, yes, kind of. Yes, kind of. Ooh, see, I told you guys. Girl. Girl, get out of here. Girl, get out of here. Girl, get the F out of my game, okay? God damn. Wait, does she have a crown? No. I don't want these. I don't want any of this. I want the scar. There we go. Game is eating. I know. I'll take these gloves, I guess. I don't know. Are they even worth it to have? Guys, thank you for the gifties and the love. I appreciate it and the follow. So people are left. We are top 7. Top 7. How many FPS? I'm at 165 right now. I need more. Guess those gloves are off. Okay. I never use them, so I honestly have no idea. Wait, why do I feel like having this over the shockwave is gonna be better? Because I only have 1 shockwave. And I feel like I'll get more movement with this if I need it. And heals at the same time. I gotta move though. I gotta like travel pretty far. Hold on, let me start making my way over here. Because where do I gotta, ooh, what is this shape? Oh, it's always gonna end in Sandy Strip, right? I saw that. Guys, thank you for the gifties and the love. It means a lot to me. Oh shit. Girl, where is he? Girl, why am I gonna die here? Girl, oh my god, stop jumping! Holy shit, dude. I had 1 health left. I had 1 health left. That was crazy. He was just jumping all over the place. Oh my god. Pizza time. Oh, we had, oh, okay, we're kind of eating now. I actually don't think I want the scar here. I don't. Okay. Use the gloves again. Yeah, I need to use the gloves more. Okay. Okay, we're eating. Let me take this car, actually. That was insane. Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. I wasn't like playing that good either. I was like not hitting my shots at all. I don't know how I didn't die. I won't lie to you. Like he just was jumping all over the damn place. Yeah, I hate this car. I do. Also, welcome in, Yellow, if you're just tuning in. I hope you baddies are having a fabulous Monday. I'm feeling so much better. I was sick all last week. So that's why we were all over the place with stream. If you were like, where has this baddie been? All right, let me lock in here for a second. Okay, we got 1 guy at... See, the thing is, everybody's going to gather at Sandy Strip because that's where the storm is going to end. It's going to take us there. I do rough... Yes. Thank you, Milo. And guys, thank you for the gifties and the follows, too. We're almost at 50 followers on TikTok, so thank you. You guys are slaying. It sucks. It's true. Wait, I missed it. You ever think you Arc Raiders? I don't know, Smokey. I might. Maybe they update. No, it's only the ones that have this shape, supposedly. D-Me and Keeping Up with Cassie follows. This shape, this like diamond-y shape, I guess they end at Sandy Strip because it's supposed to be the shape of the, whatever you call it, that diamond over there. I would just Google it, Ruft. Is this a bot? Is this a bot? That's got to be a bot, right? I wasn't even trying there. Girl, what was going on? Ooh-wee. Girl, if it keeps doing this shit, I'm gonna lose my mind. Where I don't actually jump up in the sky. Okay. He's like trying to hit the, he's trying to blow up the cars, which whatever, dude, blow up the cars. I don't care. He's like, girl, you good? Congrats, you didn't get me. You didn't get me, girl. Congrats, girl, you didn't get me. Not me hitting my shots, by the way. Not me like actually hitting shots on him. And I can barely make him out. Your eyesight's crazy. I know, I can barely make him out and somehow I'm hitting the shot. Oh. Okay, now I run. So I gotta lock in here a minute. This guy's like on me here. Okay, he ran. I don't know what he's doing there. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna let him do what he does. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave, honey. I don't wanna deal with that shit. Okay. She's rotating, honey. I gotta get in the circle, actually. There's somebody up here. See if I can spot him. Ooh, oh shit. Come on. Wait, does it not let me on there? Okay. It's like pushing me away from it though. They can shoot it to make you jump. Oh, T. I don't know why I grabbed gold. Who gives a shit? Mostly zero build. Pokemon right now, I think it's your fault. I love that. I'm kind of waiting here. I kind of want to be like the third party little bitch. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I kind of want to be the third partier. All right. I know that's kind of awful to say, but like, I think I got to be the third partier to survive here. Using gloves. I know, I'm kind of waiting. Everything's okay. Thank you for the sub. I kind of want to wait. I'm holding. I need like one more person to die. You know what I mean? Like I need. Okay, now we're top 3. I want to hold this space here for as long as I can. All right. Hi, Free. How are you? I want to hold the space for as long as I can here. Hey, I love this skit. It's a good one. We're holding space. We're holding space. Hi, Gene Petra. Welcome in. No, this music's just in this building. Samantha, I think you accidentally muted somebody. Unless it wasn't supposed to. Unless it was somebody who said something inappropriate. I missed it. I'm waiting. Okay. Hi, Grace. How are you? Oh, they were. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see them. Emily, thank you for the follow. I want a third party here, guys. I don't want to be the third party. We're holding space, bitch. Yeah, well, on the diamond. Again, I don't want to be because the thing is, if I go in and initiate a fight, someone's gonna they're gonna third party me. When you're top 3 in this here, you know, you don't want to be the third party. Do you want to be the third partier? All right, I'm gonna have to move a little bit. Yeah, I think everybody's having the same mindset as I am. Jessica, thank you for the gift to you. Holy cow. I'm also afraid how close this girl. Come on. I don't want to give away my location. Otherwise, I would. Oh, honey. I don't want to give away my location yet. Hi, Maddie. How are you? Guys, thank you for all those gifties. Holy cow. I'm kind of locked here. I'm at the edge of the storm here. It's the grapple gun. I hear movement. Somebody teleported. How do I piss this thing off? Yep. Oh, I cannot see what's going on right now. I cannot see what's going on right now. Holy shit, dude. No, 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 no. Shit, I'm dead. God damn it. I died to storm. That sucks. That sucks. Why are they not even, they're both bad too. That's crazy. That's crazy. I actually hate the gem. Gem endgame is so dumb. Thank you guys for the gifties. I appreciate it. Thank you for the love. If you're new here, I'll do my little introduction.
Bitch, you know I'm
Yeah, I don't like that endgame at all.
Bitch is slow, can't get
Oh my god, she's bald. I just didn't position myself well, you know? You know what I mean? I just didn't position myself well enough. There was just like, it was being weird, you know? Let me do a puss goal, or let's do a hand heart goal for a little bit. Let's do that first. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. How are you a streamer at only level 41? Because I don't just play Fortnite. I play Minecraft, I play Pokopia. We don't just play Fortnite. We play Fortnite maybe 3 times a week. I would love that, Ellen. I also don't go after XP. I don't hunt for XP. I just let it happen when it happens. Piggy, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Oh, that's my sub. Oh, Speckles, I'm sorry. You do have Prime though if you haven't used it yet. Jessica, thank you for the hand heart kicking us off. Guys, if you're just running in, welcome in. Yes, hello, hello. I hope you guys are having a good Monday. We are back. If you were like, where's Zesty Ben? Girl, I've been sick as a dog. I had a ear infection and a respiratory infection all last week. So I was literally dying. I feel a lot better now though, physically. So we are back to like our regular schedule-ish as of right now. So that's the good news. Jessica, thank you for all of those. Holy cow, Jessica just dropped a crazy amount of hand hearts. Thank you. Oh my God, can we get some slays for that? And Ams, thank you for the gifted sub. I'm at Wingstop. Ooh, that sounds good. But yes, thank you guys for any of the love. Is there any skins in the item shop? No, there are none. Nope, not right now. It's good if you got, yeah, for sure. And Andrea, hello, how are you? Hey guys, thank you for all the gifties. I appreciate it. But if you are new here, yes, that's where we were last week. I'm feeling so much better though now. So I'm glad to be back, okay? I am. I'm glad to be back. I am.
Heartbreak is one thing, my ego's another. I bet you don't embarrass me, little sucker.
I don't know, Ariel. I kind of like this skin. Maybe this one. Thank you guys for all the love. I'm sorry about the rip. That's crazy, Smokey. That's insane. Also, guys, thank you for all the love on the most recent Pokemon post that I posted today. Thank you guys so much for commenting, liking, sharing. That's crazy. Thank you for the love on that. Thank you, Riley. I appreciate it. Iris, thank you for the follow. I did not watch Project Hail Mary yet, though. Can we get a chat opening on Wuthering Heights? I have not seen it. I have not seen it. I love the Soda Pop ad. Who's your favorite Pokemon? I have a couple. Minun and Plusle are 2 of my top favorites, which I did just get this card at the card show this weekend. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? I know I just had her because I just showed it to you guys. And now she's gone from my pile. Hello? Where is she? I literally just had her. Wait. T, where'd she go? T, where'd she go? Well, I can't find her. She was in this pile. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. But that's one of my favorite Pokemons. I also love Pokemon like Lunatone, like this one. Love this one. So good, you know. So good. So good. The book is even better. I do. Aspen, I need to read it. My mom has been telling me I need to read it, you know. Hi, Stylos. How are you? And guys, thank you for the follows and the love. It means a lot to me. You stuck it and stole it, did you? I love that. Listen, you gotta love it. All right. Are you gonna play another round? Yeah, we just talk for a few minutes between the rounds, just so I can yap with you guys a little bit in between. But we're gonna hop in now. And I gotta grab I'm gonna grab lunch after this round, guys. We're not getting off, but I'm gonna go grab it from the other room. The other room. Can you guess my favorite Pokemon? I don't know. Pokemon is hard. Pokemon is hard to guess. Can you play? I'm playing right now. We yap. No, Jay, not with you. I'm sorry. You should get a plush of your favorite Pokemon. Well, I did just make this one. I did just make this Ditto Bulbasaur. And ain't she freaking adorable? Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's crazy, Megan. That's kind of what's going on with Pokemon right now. Isn't this so cool? If we hit the bit goal on purple, this week, the weekly goal, we will give this away this week. We're gonna do the giveaway for it. Yoda Cupcakes, thank you for the sub with Prime. Oh my God, that means a lot to me. He's so cute. Yeah, I'm gonna work on a Pikachu one next. Oh my God, please. Yes, we have to hit the bit goal, but that's the goal. If we hit the bit goal, we will. Hi, Jess. Thank you. And thank you guys for all the love. Koi J, wait, I just saw your stuff. Hi, Koi J. Koi J and I are in our Pokemon era right now. How do you deal with the hate that comes with streaming? I've got a lot so far. You just take it and ignore it, or give them sass back. Either or. The reality is they're just miserable kids half the time who are giving hate. I love the green colors on Devibrate. Yes, I feel like it matched Bulbasaur really well. I feel like it matched Bulbasaur pretty well. Smokey, also something with Prime starting a hype train. Thank you. You're welcome. And guys, thank you for all the love on TikTok too today. You guys are amazing. Thank you. Welcome on in on both platforms. But yeah, y'all, I was so sick last week. I am dealing with some. Did you share your mug of the day? I didn't have coffee today. I've been actually not been having coffee much at all because I'm getting more rest, so I haven't needed any. I might have some later on today, but I have not had any coffee lately. And we think it's hard. I'm resigning. You're resigning. You're resigning once you get paid. I think you should do the latter, baby. I think you should do the latter. A little bit, hey, I will say right now, I started a new medication, and these new meds have brought back, thank you for the 100 biddies, Taz, getting that gold moving. Have brought back different anxiety that I suffered with about 4 years ago. And Lindsay, thank you too. Which is not great.
Wagon wheel Watusi.
Not great. Not been having a great time with that. Mostly, I used to have very bad intrusive thought anxiety. And it's been popping back up with these new meds I've started. Yes, anti-weird. We are bringing that fully back in. Yeah, it's just been a hot minute because I've been so sick back and forth that we haven't been able to like actually lock in on it. Which is not great. It's not actually not good at all, but hopefully I can talk to my med. I have my med appointment on Friday. So hopefully I can talk to her then and you know, and get the help we need, you know. Get the help we need, you know. Period. Yes, and I always talk about my mental health journey on stream. I think it's important to talk about. So if you ever have questions about it, you know, I talked about it a lot already. Girl, see, already a third party. Already a third party. Like, girl. Already. My God. Can't even land. Can't even finish a shot without getting a third party. Ooh, there we go. I want this instead. Hello. Hello. I love you. Yes. Was that that was two. That was two there. That was true. That was true. There is, yes. I also think too, part of the reason that I'm having this anxiety, I started an antibiotic for my ear infection. I think that also was part of it too. All right, guys, I'm gonna say let's make this hype train a bits only hype train. Can we do that? What do you think? And so anyways, I used to have very intrusive thoughts around death and other random things that happened, but mostly death. And they started popping back in again. And I was like, oh my God, it's been years since I've had these feelings. So I was like, that's kind of annoying. So, you know, got to get that fixed hopefully soon. Hopefully soon, you know? At least that's the goal, right?
I need him.
Thank you for the goodies. I appreciate that.
I need him in a way that is concerning to feminism.
I'm good, Elizabeth. How are you? And hi, Ted and Mom. Welcome in. But I always love to be open and honest about it because mental health is a journey for everybody, right? It's, oh, I don't want to do that. I want to pick that up. Girl, some days I pick up the wrong ass things. I didn't, Nova. I didn't. Thank you, Yoda. That means a lot to me. Yeah, I'm always very open about my mental health journey, you know, and things that I talk about, you know, because I think it's important. Yeah, I would much rather feel regular anxiety and not have the like intrusive thought anxiety. If you know the intrusive thought anxiety, you know how it is. It's like getting punched in the face. Like that's how I describe it. Is it feels like being punched in the face because you can't stop it, and it's like, and then all of a sudden it consumes your entire body. And so my big two things that I struggle with that, at least subjects, are death and things around death, and then also weirdly that I'm going to be arrested even though I've committed 0 crimes in my life. I have these very, very vivid anxiety intrusive, these are from a long time ago, I was going to be arrested. Crazy. So yeah, I get that very often. Recently with these, it started about 2 weeks ago with these new medications. So I'm like, okay, these are the side effects I don't want to have happen again. I thought it was just me. It is not just you. That seems like OCD. It definitely is. I believe partly it is. And I was treated for OCD. But some of the new meds I'm on, I think are interacting with it in a way, you know? Yeah, cop anxiety is so real. It's not that I'm scared of cops or anything like that. It's that I've like somehow committed a crime that I didn't know I committed or something. And one day they're going to show up at my door and I don't know, arrest me for a crime that I've never committed, that I don't think I've committed, but somehow I have. Florida Bike, thank you for the follow. It's why when I used to talk to men online, I used to have them send me their driver's license to confirm their age, because I was petrified for years, for literal years, that I was going to like go to and end up talking to somebody who was, you know, playing a prank and being like 17 or something and go to prison. Like I was petrified for years that that was going to happen. You know what I mean? This was when I was like 20, you know what I mean? So like for the longest time. So I used to make them send me like forms of ID before I would even have a conversation with people on the internet. I mean, that's such a good internet safety habit. I mean, yeah. At least we know your morals. Yeah. Because you just never know. If they specifically, okay, Kizzy, that's good to know. Absolutely again, I just started with a new psychiatrist. So, Gigi, I don't know, like, close to 100, I think. Thank you for the goodies. And D-Sense, thank you for the 100 biddies too.
Can you believe that backstabbing slut?
ID for conversation? Yeah, literally. Literally. No, not the tongue skin. Literally. As for one's rights and wrongs, I love that. But I'm like locking in a little bit here. Thank you so much for the bits, guys. But yeah, so that's where my anxiety sort of goes through a little bit. Oh, I see somebody up there. Oh my God, I hate my life. Girl, I'm dead. Girl, I'm dead. Girl, I'm dead. I can't move. Oh my God, I hate this game. And it's shitty ass movement. There's somebody waiting here. Damn. I mean, what was I going to do? What was going to happen there? Like every time I go to do something, it's a third party. How do you, like, this season is the season of third parties, I feel like. Like, I've been in seasons where it's third parties, but like this season, I feel like every fight I get into, there is a third party immediately afterwards. Every time. Grace Jacks, thank you for the gifties. I'm going to go to ranked maybe, see if ranked's a little bit better. It's crazy. The Simpsons was worse ever though. I feel like this is worse than The Simpsons. I was saying like Simpsons was really bad, but this one is kind of crazy. Like this season has been crazy. Hey, thank you for the follow. Sometimes, yeah, not often though. What rank are you? Silver right now, but I don't play ranked at all. Yesterday I had 2 different teams and cars pull up to my fight and all 3 teams were focusing on me. Oh my God, that's crazy. But yeah, so yeah, the intrusive thought thing is something I'm experiencing again for the first time in a long time. And it's very interesting. I also have what's called like, I guess sunset anxiety, in that the day when sunset happens, I get this almost negative deja vu style feeling when sunset, like golden hour is happening.
Take your game away
Auntie
because I love
Weird.
you. It's like the time you took away the credit card from me when I was ordering all those porcelain babies.
Oh,
if you're
it does,
not
hey, yes.
real, then how come I feel this way?
Little babies. Oh my God, me too. Really?
Come here. Oh,
Thank
little
you
baby.
for the 1,000 bits. Can we get some huge slays for Auntie Weird right now?
Carefully.
What?
For the 1,000 bits. That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. During that time, yeah, it's very much it's not like general anxiety, but it's like the closest reaction I can say to it is deja vu. That's the closest, but like negative deja vu. Negative deja vu. That's like the closest way I can describe the feeling of it, I feel like. If that makes sense. And it triggers other anxiety for things, but mostly it's like a negative deja vu feeling. It's very interesting. And there's like a nostalgia aspect to it, I think, too. I feel a lot better physically today, Riley. Yes, I'm so much better from being sick last week. So much better for being sick. I don't know. Wait, it's there. No, it worked, Jerry Puffs. It's showing the thing. I think what you're looking for is the bit goal. Exclamation point. I think it's bit goal or the goal. CVS receipt, literally. Oh, good. Yeah. I felt you so hard. That's so crazy. Someone experiences this. That's why I like to talk about it, because I know other people experience it. I know other people have these experiences, but it's something it's hard to talk about, right? Like not everybody doesn't realize that other people experience this. Hi, Mukti. How are you? You know what I mean? I, for the longest time, felt like I was the only person in the world who felt like deja vu anxiety at sunset time, but so many people feel it. You know, so many people do feel that at that exact time. The sunset feeling, yeah. It's crazy. So it's nice to like talk about it because I think it's important, right? And I always will. Oh, I'm sorry that you're stuck at work. I hope work's going okay though. And guys, welcome in if you're new here, by the way. We're almost to 60 followers and almost there with the hand heart goal on TikTok. So thank you. Bit goal, Jerry. Just one. No S. No S. Girl, I actually hate this gun. I hate this gun so much. Driving time is a nightmare. Yes. Yup. Exactly. It's cringy to some, never to me. Nobody's mental health cringy to me. Here's the thing. I will always talk about it because I have been a proponent and been in mental health for so long. Now, obviously, I'm just a person, right? I'm not somebody who's a mental health professional by any means, nor do I claim to be. But I like to talk about it because I think it's important on the internet, especially nowadays. And it's so expensive to get resources properly that like just being able to have a conversation about it is important, you know? You know? Never cringy. The only thing I don't do is like when it's it is showing up in the chat. It did show up, Jerry. It did. Is when it's like triggering or something and somebody says something triggering in chat that I have to be like, you know, moderate a bit more. But I think just generalized talking about it, I think is totally fine, you know? So good, we're catching up my charting. Oh, okay, Dr. Santos. Okay, Dr. Santos. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate it. Okay, Dr. Santos. I don't know why, Jared. That's weird. It's like right below your chat. Is he above? He's above now. He's above. Girl, I feel like Santos. Some days. Girl, where are you going? Girl, where are you running to? And girl, where's she running to? Girl, where's she running to? Girl, where's she running to? Okay, honey. What we doing? Where are we going? We trying to take a journey? Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Where was she going? There was nowhere to go. She should have taken this one down. But alas. Oh my god, I forgot we're playing ranked right now. Sound can we get a high? Ooh, hey, I love that. Yeah, if you'd like to in the chat. I would love, that's what I want. Movement. You should get the king. The king is so hard to kill. I'm gonna be real. I don't like fighting the king because he's so hard to kill. I feel like his health is insane. You have your first driving lesson? Oh my god, I love that. Whoa, hey guys. Well. Well. Why were they like making out when I came over here? Guys, they were like making out. I was like, wait, are there no rivalries in ranked? Applebee's like the follow. Are there no rivalries in ranked? Wait, shit. I love the rivalries. Rank is no rivals? Oh, that's boring. Wait, why don't they have them? They both def were kissing. Elaine, thank you for the follow. Wait, why are they not? Sadie, thank you for the gifties. They were having a moment, Ben. Okay, well. That kind of stinks that they don't have. Why don't they have rivals in ranked? I feel like that's the most fun part right now of the season. Damn, that sucks. I like the rival stuff. I like the rival stuff. That kind of stinks. I'm not going to take any heals for now. No cars either. Yeah. I feel like as it shows where people are. Interesting. I feel like that's part of the point of it. Oh, well. Hi, Cats. How are you? I feel like that's a big proponent of the season, too. You know what I mean? Ruff, I don't know what you're saying, friend. I don't know if you've joined the wrong thing. I have no idea. No cars in ranked. No, there's usually not, I don't think. But I feel like it's such a huge proponent of the season. Like the rivalries is so crazy. The ring box. Oh my gosh, hey. That's weird. One of the bits was twin kissing. Oh my god, that's crazy. But guys, yes, we're actually slaying the big goal now. You guys are like eating it up a little bit, so thank you. You guys are slaying up the goals on TikTok too. It's kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Thank you guys for all the love. Have you watched Pose? Girl, have I watched? Yes. I never finished it though. I only watched like, I think half of it, but I've watched most of it. And I've seen now like most of it through TikTok anyways. All right, well, I'm gonna have to go back to zero build so I can play, I know. So I can,
I need him biblically. I need him in a way that is concerning to feminism.
We're now at 1,700 out of 15K bits. You guys are eating. Good live day. Yes. Hi from England. Hello. Meow, meow. Okay, well. I feel like ranked is boring. Like the rivalry is so much fun. I feel like we need that for mid game. This feels so boring right now. You know what I mean? I'm like bored. I'm like, okay, time to go back to regular 0 build. We're gonna be on until hopefully 7, as long as I feel good and everything goes according to plan. Thank you, Steve, for the follow. Are there bots in rank? Sometimes, yeah. It depends on the rank. Kirsty, for the follow too. I think it's called Dusty, right? Yes. Hi, Raven. How are you? What's the difference with ranked? Right now, ranked doesn't have cars and it doesn't have the rivalry system, which I thought it would have the rivalry system. I was like, oh, okay. T. About Discord, it's the fruit basket. Or the fruit basket, right? Not to break and go get cards. I'm avoiding, I'm only buying cards if we get, I know this is going to be shitty, but if we get donos for cards, I will go buy cards. Otherwise, I'm not buying any cards this week. Your ESG, yes. Hi, Forever Boy. Sometimes, Alexandria, not often. Not that I don't want to. I just have never found a good system for it where I don't get overstimulated and want to throw up. That's really the only reason why. That's really the only reason why. Buy exotics right away. I guess that makes sense, Marisol. Yeah, that's true. That's true. If you did, yeah. It would be if we did games. We normally sometimes do like sub games or a queue game. I don't know if we did. We definitely probably won't today. I might do random duos today or something, maybe, depending on how we're feeling. So we done there? I don't like this. I don't like this. Live there to follow. Jonas, I'm not sure what I don't know, friend. I'm sorry. I don't know. Sorry, you're like distracting me from the game, buddy. I don't know. You're not. It's just the Zesty Bestie Discord. It's the link in bio. It is the link. If it's not working for you, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. You want me to see your cards? Yeah, Smokey, of course. I'm gonna lose now because I got distracted. Okay. Come on. Storm coming. I know. I'm gonna have to move. Fuck, come on! Why am I like hitting? Oh my God. Dude, I'm like literally clicking and it's doing nothing. That was crazy. Oh, I'm better, but that was crazy. Do you guys see that? How I was literally like throwing down the shots and it wasn't, I did see 0 pill spines. Like I was trying to shoot this up into the sky and it wouldn't let me do it. Why was it doing that? Oh my God, I was about to lose my mind. I was about to lose my mind. I was like, girl, hello. Was there a miss? Did I miss it? I miss it. Sorry, wait, I missed it. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, baddies. Thank you. Yes, Samantha, can we send John Edits a link? We'll send you a link, John Edits. That way you have it. Meow. Blue chesty. Okay. Hi, Esther. How are you? Guys, welcome in for joining in, by the way. Happy Monday. This bug is pissing me off. I swear to God, it's wasting a whole thing. Oh, that bug is pissing me right off. Hey, real person. Girl, I'm dead. Girl, I'm not paying attention. Ah! I'm so dumb. I am actually over the bug on that thing. Like, it's actually kind of crazy. I know it was good. I don't know what I was doing. I should have thrown on a bunker. Morgan, thank you for the sub. See, thank you for the follow. I feel like you had that. I know. No, it's okay. It's okay. It was my own fault. It was my own fault. Hi, Gretchen. It was 4th in rank, so I'll take it. Morgan, thank you for the sub with Prime. Have you been up with this season, RuPaul? I have not, no. Guys, if you're new here, welcome in. Let's play my other intro to say hello. I'll tell you who I am.
Single.
I am your zesty bestie. Now, come on
And
now.
this is...
It's Brittany, bitch.
Now, come on now. I made it back. Good timing, right? I'm back. Oh my God. Hello. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. Let me go grab my lunch real fast. What's for lunch? So I have leftover mac and cheese from our Easter dinner last night. So I'm eating some of the mac and cheese. Some of the mac and cheese. Will this sit well in my stomach? Probably not. Will I be shitting my pants later? Absolutely. But will I be eating it right now? Absolutely. It was good, bunny. Okay, I'm going back to regulars rebuild. I want the rivalry stuff. Well, and you better have answered truthfully, Megan. No, I wear my lunch too. Mac attack. Mayo creamy, yeah. Oh, it's good. Mac and cheese is okay. It's all right. It's not the best. Isn't it Esther? Oh my gosh. I am on Ice King. Mostly because I like the skin better. You guys are almost 100K taps. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the love today, y'all. You guys are like going crazy. TikTok's almost to the goals for the week, for the day. You guys slayed the purple goal. We got the big goal going crazy. Like, thank you. It means a lot to me. Mac, ham, and cheese. Ooh, interesting. But yes, we are here. We are alive. We are feeling better than we have been. So that's the good news. And we're just rocking and rolling. We're just rocking and rolling. Right? Worth. I don't. Guys, we're 7 hand hearts away from the hand heart goal, by the way. 7 hand hearts away. Guys, thank you for 100K taps. Oh, you guys ate that up. Okay. Where are you from? Thank you, Lily. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm from New York, upstate New York. Welcome in. Guys, we just finished crocheting this Bulbasaur. This little ditto Bulbasaur, by the way. Thank you for the follow, Lily. Oh, I love that. Oh, I'm from Toronto. Nice. Yeah, I'm from upstate New York. Welcome in. He's gorgeous. I know. I did trust the process. I did. We are going to do a giveaway for if we hit the bit goal this week, specifically the bit goal, since we haven't really been locking in on that one. We will be doing it for a giveaway this week. Somebody in the chat. Oh God, I'm already dead. Girl. You done? Girl, oh my God, can I hit a shot, please? I was like, if I don't hit this guy, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh, I'm a Minin and Plusle big fan. Oh no, I'm gonna get killed here. Hold on, let me lock in for a second, guys. This might be the death of me. He's running away. Hold on. Let's see if I can heal. No, shit. God damn it. He's right there. Okay, he's a bot. He's a bot. Woo! Oh, honey, I got scared. Okay, we kind of ate there. But Minin and Plusle are my 2 favorites. Lux, raise your fave. No one else. 8. The words on your lips. Mudkip and Piplup. I love that. Luxray. Love. Where your book begins. Does this give shield? It does. It does. Release your inhibitions, baby. Thank you for the follow, Bailey. But yes. But yeah, guys, if you are new here, my name is Vinny or Zesty Bestie. We play a lot of different games. We don't just play Fortnite. We play, this week we got on the schedule, as long as I don't get sick again, Minecraft, Pokopia, maybe some Marvel Rivals too. We might play Marvel Rivals today later, depending on how we're feeling, how we're vibing and driving. Where's the thing with the follow? Open the cards. Oh, I love that. I've been a collector since I was a kid, but I just recently started recollecting. Thank you, Kevin, for using my creator code. Boost your efficiency. Somebody is nearby here, but I don't know where. Zesty as hell. That's me, baby. You better believe it, honey. Zesty is all hell. Standing at the blank page before you. It's so addictive. It is. It's a very expensive hobby, I've come to find out. Love Katir's work for the handbag. With the handbag. Literally. That's such a funny meme. Okay. Girl, why didn't I grab that? Did you? I love that. Love a card show moment. Is that my rivalry over there? Girl, this bug is gonna piss me off. I'm telling you right now. Okay. This is my rival. I think. They're a bot though. Girl. If you don't stop running from me. Sure, sometimes Ladybug, we might start doing it today, maybe, or soon. I've been on an Amore kick and a thing kick on Rivals lately. Kind of crazy. Raiku's a good one, yeah. I also love Wigglytuff. I love Vileplume. Do you play Arc Raiders? I do, but not much anymore. I mean, I haven't played it since I streamed it, really. Guys, we're almost to 65 followers on TikTok. We're 2 away. 2 away on TikTok from 65. Yes, if I'm playing the new Marvel Rivals map, I like it. Some people don't like it. I don't mind it. I don't hate it. Yeah, this is one of my favorite skins. Danielle, thank you for the follow. I forgot to change the skin. Games have been sweaty today here in Fortnite. Sweaty. Ariel, how are you? Well, thank you for the follow. I missed you. I needed your family. Oh, Becca, yes, I've been so sick. I had an ear infection and a respiratory infection all last week, so I was dying. You're curling my fridge while I clean it. Girl, I'm freezing. Get me out of here. Kidding. Do you like it, Ladybug? Oh, you smoking? That's awesome. Look at Invis. I love that. I love that. Just a few slay. Hurt you again for leaving us? I know. No, I'm doing good. Before you. What is the map shape? Okay, it's the crown. It's the crown. A show I did not watch. Somebody's healing. Wait, where? Ooh. Sorry, honey. Sorry, honey. Sorry, sweetie. I feel bad. I know he just healed too. I know he quite literally probably just healed as well. I know he just healed as well, Queen. You just know it. I think they're the eggplant map shape. Good. It was funny for a little bit. It was funny for a little bit, but you know. But you know how it be. Guys, welcome in if you're just running in. I hope you are having a great day. Okay. Green Man Pandas Day Sunday. Happy Monday. I have a good feeling about this week. I really do. Okay, my person's over this way. Business Joe. Could be a bot, could also not be a bot. We'll see. I like it when my rivalries are bots. I won't lie to you guys. Yep, it's a bot. Hi, bot. Just running right into my gun there. Right into my gun there. But I'm for the girl, go to bed. What are you talking about? Go to bed. You can't chat? I see your chat, Esther. Hi, Nuggets. Why are we so bad? How do you know it's a bot? Their movement, usually. Okay, let's try and get to 100 wins today, guys. Do you think we can do it? My goal is 100 wins today. 100 rivalry wins. That's my goal. We're gonna hit 100 today. I should have grabbed a new one. Wait. Oh my god. Oh, I should do the XP. Bert is nice. Bert's. Do you see, guys? You see Bert down there? Hi, Bert. Hi, Bert. This is a bot. Another bot. I'm not hitting my shots very well. That's okay. Just a bot hanging out. Look at this bot. Come here, Bert. Birds down. What are we eating? I am eating a mac and cheese. Hydrated. Mac and cheese from yesterday's Easter dinner. From yesterday's Easter dinner. Leftovers. What do I... Oh, Esther. Oh, my God. I don't know if I have that still on my soundboard. I have to look to see. I think there was a thing up here. Hold on. I did, Cassie. I got to spend time with both my fam, which is my dad's side of the fam and my mom's, which was nice. It was very chill. It was a very chill vibe, you know? Why do streamers never carry heels? I just don't because I like to risk it all, Rotten. Usually. Sometimes I do, but honestly, I feel like we need more slots. That's my hot take. That's my hot take. Do you love deviled eggs? No. I'm not a deviled egg person. I'm sorry. Deviled eggs look disgusting to me. I'm gonna be real with you. They're nasty. I'm sorry. T. They look gross. Exactly. I'm gonna be in the bathroom all night. Like, hello? Coming from the tuna sub lover? Okay, eat my ass, Jay. Okay. Hi, Jenna. How are you? We got a fight going on over here. Let's see. It's a bot fight? Where'd she go? Ah! I'm getting pushed. Oh! I'm so dead. Oh my God. I know. I'm waiting for her to push. Don't know why she didn't push. She should have pushed there. Ooh. Oh my God, I did not mean to do that. God damn. I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that, y'all. That was an accident. That was an accident. Matt, honestly, I feel like I never play well. So I feel like I need to practice more with So my tips are, honestly, be okay with losing. I think that's the big thing is everyone's so scared to lose. It's like, girl, I lose almost... I win never. Like, we've played how many matches today and I've lost every single one, you know? It's okay to lose. It's all right. I think you learn more from your losses than from your wins. That's my real hot take. I think you learn more from your losses than from your wins. Is that inspirational? Did I give out an inspiring quote there, guys? Yeah, I gotta buy some heals. Let me go to the vending. Hold on. Oh, shit! Well, there's a couple people here. Wait. Maybe. Where is this guy? He's up there. Let me get an AR so I can actually shoot him. Sure, Holly. Yeah, whatever you say, babes. Well, I want to buy heals, but I can't really do much movement here. I'm kind of locked, girl. Kind of locked in here. It's not great. I need this guy to come down off his mountain. You know what I mean? No, guys, thank you for the gifties. I have no idea, Christine. Preach, baby. I know the heal machines, but every time I walk outside, he's there. He's like waiting. He's like waiting. grab one of these. Hi, Care Bear. Okay. I think I'm good. I could... Should I try and push him? Is he still waiting up there? Where did he move? He has to come down eventually. Gold pump, where? Did I miss it? Shit. Where? Guys, where? Oh, over there. Thank you, guys. Yeah, that's why oh, see, I don't want to. God damn. Okay, he hit hard. Oh, I got her low, though. She only has 25 health. Oh, my God. I almost got her. She only had 25 health. Damn. I almost had her. Joey, thank you for following. Thank you for the follow. That was crazy. I literally did almost have them. Trader, thank you for the follow. Listen, and that's what I'm saying. Every loss you learn. I probably should have either thrown down. I don't think I had a bunk on me, but I should have got out of there rather than staying where I was. You know, you keep doing it. Pokopia is good, Mr. Geo. I'm a little overwhelmed on what to do next because I feel like I get like there's so much to do in terms of building that I'm like stressed to build. I need to figure out how to like plan out my city better, you know? Do anything for the follow. Welcome in if you're new here. Let me introduce myself.
Bitch, you know I
Zesty.
don't call, just text me. Bitch, is slow, can't get
Oh my God, she's bald.
I-T-G-I-R-L.
For what, Matt?
You know I am that girl.
For learning, yes.
Bitch, don't kiss and tell. It go from ATL.
What place did I get, guys? Anybody notice? I don't know what it was, Cake Lady. Eddie and Katie, thank you for the follows. She's bald. We now have a bald command, by the way, on purple. Exclamation point bald in the chat. Third place? Oh shit, it was third? Damn, I know it was that close. That sucks. The doctors were to keep watching you. Love that, baby. Marina, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I don't even know what mine is. I'd have to look to see. I don't even know what mine is. Hello, hi Ashley. How long have you been streaming today or in general, AJ? Thank you, Addie. Rent tonight? Absolutely. And remember the high school that did Rent, but everybody had diabetes instead of AIDS? About 6 years, almost 6 years, AJ, in August. Thank you, Joy. I'm glad. I'm gonna make some soup. Okay, soup. Oh, what? Yeah. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. That's right, Becca. Trini, thank you for the zesty vesty mint. I guess I would keep it PG-13. Yeah. So do they die? Yes. It's so funny. They're like dying of diabetes and stuff. It's so dumb. It's funny because I have diabetes. I'm like, girl, this is so unrealistic. Oh, that's cool though, Rubs. I love that. I really do love that. Fantastic. Oh my God, guys, just thinking my eye again. Oh, what level are you? I'm not very high level. I'll be real. I don't really do XP hunting though or anything. So I don't do like the missions or anything like that. So I don't have, everyone's gonna be like, I'm like level 41, I think. The purple, oh yes, thank you for the purple shed. Yeah, down here, yeah. Okay, but there's a shit. Nope, I gotta go. I got to move, honey. I got no gun. I got to move. Shelly, thank you for the heart me. Girl, there's like a delay with this thing lately. It's kind of weird. Little smile, thank you for the follow. Give me that shieldfish. Hi, Megan. I hope you're having a good day, though. Girl, can this give me what I need? Hello? Oh, my God. I swear, I feel like I'm like not picking up what I need to pick up here. Oh my God. Girl, enough. Girl, enough. Oh my God. Okay. Hi, Lemon. Love you, Bohem. I think so. Okay, gold pump. Ooh, wait. Okay, Bob. Thank God. Hi, Genesis. Yes, I'm feeling so much better. I was sick all last week, guys. I had an ear. I still have it. An ear infection and a respiratory infection. So I was quite literally dying last week. We're at 95. We need 5 more wins, y'all. Do I want any of these? I'm good. I'm gonna hold out. Megan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I was literally dying last week. It was actually kind of awful. So while I'm taking notes, oh, thank you. I have keybinds for the weapons that I cycle. If you're like, wait, he's cycling them so well, it's because I literally have keybinds for them. If that helps. So like my Q is my shotgun, my E is my SMG or AR, depending on what I'm using. Then I have a mouse button for movement and then one for defense. And then one for defense. For my keybinds. Oh. Do you ever get bored of Fortnite? Yes. Oh my God. I get burnt out very easily. You guys know. But that's why we play other games on stream. If I just played Fortnite on stream, I think I go crazy. I give all the props in the world to the streamers who just play Fortnite because I could never do it. Can you play Switch if you have a capture card? Yeah. I play Pokopia on stream. Work properly. It definitely takes a little bit to get used to, but once you do, it's not too bad. You coming up, girl? She gonna come up? Is she coming up? What was she trying to do there? Vampire, thank you for the follow. Like, what was the... I don't understand what the attempt was there. I'm gonna be real. I don't really know what the attempt she was trying to do there. My rivals soon? Yes, we might be rivals today. I don't know. We'll see. Possibly today. What time is it right now? 5 o'clock. Maybe in a little bit we'll do some rivals. She thought she ate. I know. Ooh, let me throw this pizza down since we have one. Another one. Boop. I get so nervous. Thank you, Cammy. It's good to see you. No worries. I've been sick as a dog, so I've actually not been streaming much because of it. So it's good to see you. Girl, do I not have a thing? Hello? Rivalry in progress. Oh, it just started. That's why. Brant, I do, Brant. I normally stream every single day, Monday through Friday and Sunday. From 1 p.m. EST to about 7 p.m. EST. We might start doing later streams, but I always announce in the Discord before I go live. I just have not had a schedule this past week because I've been so sick. Because I've been dying, y'all, of illness. I'm doing good, you boy. How are you? Girl, and there's something in my eye. And then the holiday, too, yesterday. Okay, I want to go to my rivalry, but she's forever away. Ask for a thing with the follow. Oh my God, my glasses are dirty again. Oh! Oh my gosh. Crystal, thank you for the heart me. Guys, you think we finish the hand art goal? We're 7 away. You think we can just finish that one out this round? Oh my God, my glasses are even dirtier now. I hate this. I literally hate wearing glasses sometimes because I have to do this shit all the time. And it's so annoying. It's even dirtier. This is the worst. Sick and twisted. Oh my God, there's somebody nearby. Wait. Okay, better. I'll have to clean them better after this round. Hi, Lily. Games are okay. They're kind of sweaty. A little sweaty. Not terrible, but definitely sweaty. Definitely sweaty. Definitely sweaty today. Even ranked was sweaty. I was like, oh, okay. Cool. Like right now. Where is she? Yeah, they got the follow. No joke, yeah. She better sweat first. Did you win your last game? No. Girl, can I hit a single headshot today? Oh my God. Can I hit a single headshot today? Oh my God. I hate it because I feel like they're just like in my face the whole time for those ones. Oh, you think that's because you're impatient? Yeah. Well, maybe a couple rounds. Maybe then we'll do some, what time is it? I'm trying to clock what time it is. I do want to do Marvel Rivals today. I do want to play Rivals on stream. So we will do some Rivals. We will. That is going to happen. That is going to happen today. So if you give the follow on Asteroid. Yes. We are going to do a little rival moment. Welcome in, Snoopy. That was the straightest yeah I've ever heard. Straightest one, baby. Straightest one. Yeah, we'll do a little, you know. We'll do a little. You love Rivals? Me too. I've been enjoying this new a little bit more. I've been enjoying it a little bit more. I've been playing mostly quick play though. Who's your main? I have a lot of different mains. I have 5 lords, but I've been recently playing the Thing and Namor because who am I? Crazy. And that's been kind of wild. Very, very weird duo that I've been playing a lot. Is main Squirrel Girl. Actually, don't ever say that to me. Don't ever say those nasty ass words to me. Banning every support my DB. Oh my gosh, I love that though. I've been doing a lot of quick play. Honestly, I haven't even finished my like placement matches. My placement matches. You mean Emma? Okay, baddie. Okay, baddie. Yeah, I've also been playing practicing the new map. Practicing the new map. Okay. Meow. Girl, let me out of here. Girl, if you don't let me out. Girl, if you do not let me out of this goddamn room. I felt like Rapunzel in there. My God. The window was resisting. Riley, thank you for the heart me. Guys, we're so close with the hand heart goal. Do you think we can finish it out on TikTok? On, is it TikToks? Thank you for the follow, Shy, and I appreciate it. Izzy Rizzy, thank you for the follow too. Thank you, thank you. What am I doing here? Megan, thank you for that art. And Johnny, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Wait, Cowboy, I'm jealous. I'm not getting that. You guys are slaying up the big goal, by the way, too. Oh, remember here? I'm glad you enjoy. Guys, I have no movement. I just realized I'm effed. I'm effed. I'm effed. I have no movement. I'm effed. I have no movement here. I kind of want to not play this. I'm going to die here. I play too crazy. Oh, she got my rivalry. Damn. Okay. Shit. This is not what I want. Get on the cues for movement. Oh my God, please. Oh my God, please. I just want to get my rivalry contract. We got to hit 100 rivals before we switch. Ooh, okay, there we go. We got it. We got what we wanted. Planned, and I just have to say I do not understand. Oh, I don't need these. Something is really wrong. I don't know why I have High School Musical stuck in my head right now. Oh, but it is. Something's not right. Girl, Grateful Dude, I will never play that song, okay? Go back to wherever you belong. This damn bot, every time. It's like, please play this song by such and such. Girl, no, I'm not playing your SoundCloud. Not feeling that loadout. I'm not really feeling it either. It's fine for right now. Making you nervous? Good. That's what I like to do. Hi. Shit, where'd he go? Hi, good Bella. How are you? It's good to see you. Sorry, y'all. I'm locked in here. Oh, he tried to grapple me. Did you see that? Girl, he's running. Girl, stop. Oh my God. The running in this game is insane. I hate it. Where'd he go? I hate this shit, bro. I'm looking for Fortnite too long. I'm gonna lose to him now too, watch. I already know I'm gonna lose to him too, because this is like, it's just, I have no movement and he has all the movement. See, I told you, fuck. What's going on?
Wagon wheel Watusi.
What is going on? You were saying the auto run? No. Thank you, Rusty, for the 100 biddies. I appreciate you, Batty. Woo! Sorry, I'm like locked in a little bit because I don't know where this guy went. The one who had the gloves. Something's not right. I need heals. I need heals, honey. Honey needs heals. Oh, here's some. Something's not right. Ooh, a cube. Nom nom nom. Got a cube, honey. I still think High School Musical 2 is better than High School Musical 3. I'm gonna say it. I do think 2 is better than 3. Ooh. Ooh. Hi, Mary. 2 is so camp. It is. 2 is one of the best. Girl, where is everybody else here? They all run. Shit. Oh, okay, wait, I kind of ate. I feel like I kind of ate there, guys. I feel like I kind of ate there. No, I didn't get anything new. No. I feel like I kind of ate there. Was there a hop on the tunnel? Yeah, I'm gonna go up here. I gotta find movement. I love this twink skin. Wow. Wow. Well, you're having a picnic with your friends? I love that. What are these noises? Hello? What am I experiencing right now? What the hell was that? What the hell was that? Venus Fletcher, thank you for the follow. Also, by the way, Rusty, thank you again for the 100 biddies. Y'all, that big goal is laying up. Boss, oh. Oh, wait, I thought that was... Oh, fuck, I thought that was a player! Girl, fuck my Chungus life. Why'd I say Chungus? God damn it. I thought that was a player. God damn it, I'm dead. Ugh, shit. Oh, good. I have a rivalry, too. Oh, good. I have a rivalry, too. Oh, I love this. Baby Jane Doe. Cargo with Keely, thank you for the follow. Oh, God. They're pushing me up here. Girl, I don't even want to bother. Girl, I don't want to play. I don't want to play. Fuck. What the hell? Jesus H. Christ. What was that movement? Jay, God. Oh, my God. That was awful. That was awful. Hi, saying, how are you? She's doing good. Take a formula. Wow, she's doing good. Gav, thank you for the heart me. Oh, that was crazy. That was honestly a little crazy. All right, should we change skins? Maybe we should. Maybe we should change skins. We've been playing the same skin for a while. I know he was like jumping all over the place. Let me put my girly on. I never wear her anymore. Baby Jane Doe. Yeah, I didn't want to win anyways. I didn't want to win anyways, guys. He said everyone better be jumping. He said everyone better be jumping. Bum, 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 bum. Vintage Coach Craig. Oh, okay. Slay. Love that for you. Let's get to Unreal. Now, honey. The only thing Unreal around here is my body. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Okay. I don't even know what that means. I know that's right, baby. What does that even mean? Well, I know. Hell yeah, I watched a little bit earlier. What's up, Chungus Bungus? What's up, Chungus? Guys, thank you for the love on the Pokemon TikTok. It means a lot to me. Thank you, thank you. Something's not right. From Looney Tunes? I think so. Hi, Kylie. Oh. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, what's going on? My thing's going crazy. Hey, so Mike, thank you for the heart me. Guys, let's see if we can finish out the, Oh, I'm the bus driver. Wait. I'm the bus driver, guys. Look at me. I'm the bus driver. Finally. Wait, I can't turn fast enough. Shit. Oh my God, I hit it. Did it back in? Oh my God, I love that. W bus driver. Who's driving this bus? Who's driving this bus? Not me anymore. Not me anymore. Nothing's not right. All right, I'm gonna challenge us, guys. Can we finish the hand art goal in the next this round? We're 6 away from finishing it out. Do you get tips? I wish. I got no tips around here. Only tip I'm getting is from your man. Wait, what's that golden? Wait, what is this? I've never seen this before. Why is it gold? Guys, why is it gold? Do I need to fish in the gold? Hey, yo. Hello? Oh! Wait, why'd I have like fun little creative music too? Oh, I love that. Ooh, there's a couple people up here. Hello. See you around. Oh my gosh, Katsumello, thank you for all of those. Holy cow. Wait, can we get some slays in chat? Katsumello just dropped literally so many freaking armies completing the heart goal, or the hand heart goal. Thank you, bestie. Oh, you're so slay for that. Oh, you're literally so slay for that. That's crazy. Thank you, thank you. I so appreciate it. Tip the driver, right? Thank you so much, my friend. Oh, I got some up here. Girl. Ha! How? I feel like I was hitting every shot on her. In what world? Literally how? Literally how? Literally how? Oh my god, this game. Casey, thank you for the 7th Prime. We're not switching to Marvel Rivals until I get 100 rivalry wins. So we have to see how many we're at. Twin always Bessie, I guess so. But still, I'm gonna be honest, guys. I don't know if I liked. And Casey, thank you for the sub. Oh my god. Thank you guys for all the love. I don't know if I actually like the pistol. I feel like I don't get as many like 1v1 wins with the pistol. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna do the puppy gamepad. Why not? I'm gonna be real. I feel like I don't actually play well with it. I'm feeling a lot better, Kylie. Yes, feeling so much better. Agree. Yeah, the SMG I play pretty well with, but the pistol I'm not like. It's like nothing. I don't know why. Hero movement, yes. By the way, guys, if you're new here, welcome in. I hope you baddies are having a slay day. We're almost to 100 followers on TikTok. So if you're not following, you're homophobic. But if you follow right now, you're an ally. And those are the rules. The shockwave vote is cute for movement. That's true. That's true. Oh my god, you're so fine, Kenzie. Yeah, I've been doing the SMG and Shoddy. Colby, thank you for the follow. All right, guys, I just set a new goal on TikTok, y'all, as well. So thank you in advance. Shockwaves, yeah. Hello, TTV, you got clipped. GHT, thank you for the follow too. I appreciate you. Something is really wrong. Get pushed. Wow, wow. Were you sick? I was. I like the movement too. I like the movement this season too, actually. The only thing I wish is that the gloves were not individual, like 20 uses. I wish it was like a duration-based thing. That's the only thing, is I do wish that the gloves were not duration. I'm feeling better. Better than I did. I wish they were duration, I mean, and not like individual. Yeah, it feels like you run out so quickly. Especially with how it's glitched right now too for me. It's been glitched like crazy. It's been glitched like crazy for me lately. So I'm like, okay. Okay, we got a good loadout so far. I just need some heal. None. Okay. What is this girl? That damn shape. That damn shape. I'll tell you what. That damn shape. Hey, Gillette, how are you? Thanks. You got clipped. I appreciate that. Ooh. Guys, I do think we're gonna play Marvel Rivals here in a little bit. I'm kind of excited. See how it goes. See how it goes. So you haven't been around for Marvel Rivals before. It's been a hot minute since we played it on stream. But I thought, you know what? Today might be a fun day to do it. Today might be a fun day to do it. Where's this up top there? How do I get up there? Okay. I'm not gonna bother. We gotta get these rivalry wins, y'all. Is this a bot? It's gotta be a bot. Yeah, it's a bot. That's a bot. You can just break it. Oh. PJ, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. You're awesome. Oh my god, thank you, Chrissy, for the power gem. I just saw that. Thank you. Emily, yay. Yes, I'll get you modded here in a little bit. Meow. Meow. Super Dog Cat 43. Okay, bot. Hi, PJ. How are you? Honor to be a part of it. Yes. PJ, guys, thank you for the gifties. Thank you so much. Wait, I see you. Happy to. Thank you, guys. What was that? Guys, I killed the rivalry, but it wait. Guys, I think it got glitched. Jerry, yeah, if you want to apply, absolutely. Wait, Diane, how are you? Wait, guys, I think it glitched because that was him that I got. And now it's gone. Did that count? I hope it counted. Hi, Dustin. How are you? So it counts, yes. Okay, slay. I was like, no, imagine it doesn't count. Somebody's over here. Meow, meow. How are you? Actually, yes, I've been sick. I've been sick. I've been so sick, my friend. It's good to see you. Not me being my reveries with L COVID-95. Amanda, thank you for the follow. I'm doing good. Okay, yeah. But if you want to play, Lindsay, yeah, just in the Discord. Or Jerry, just in the Discord. Making feeling better? Yes, I'm feeling so much better. Cowboy, thank you for the heart me. I did have a good Easter. Yeah. I did. Gotta spend time with the fam, you know. Where is she? Oh, where is she? How many games have you done gone today? I've done a lot today. I do, Dustin. Yeah. I'm on there right now. No worries. Slay. Love that. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, COVID, I believe, is a bot, but I don't know where they are. Oh, up top there, maybe? Got him. Wasn't a bot. Thought it was. Thought it was a bot. Girl, I'm moving like crazy right now. Why is my movement so fast? My movement's like crazy fast right now. Hello? Goes to round. Slay. Probably not, because we're going to be doing Marvel Rivals here in a little bit. We're going to be doing Rivals here in a little bit. We're gonna play some Marvel Rivals. Is he done? I don't know. I don't know why I'm so fast. We need one more win, guys. We need one more win. We need one more. Ooh, I want this. shit. Let's go get this Kim K. I know it's a Kim K skin though. We'll see. Probably a sweat. For sure a sweat. God damn it. I think I have 2 on me though. I think I have her. That wasn't my person that I needed. Yeah, there's my one over there. That's my Kim K. Ooh. Got her. Got her. I'm just better. I'm just better. I'm just fucking better, y'all. Your shotgun's bugged? I think it is. Yeah, it's not reloading. I just noticed that. Thank you. Damn. Oh, you're so fine, Jess. Oh my gosh. Girl. We got 100 rivalries though. Guys, we did 100 rivalries. 100 wins. We did it. Yay. We got to 100. Come here, think of the puppy gamepad. First one. So this gun, Shiki, this one that I have here, it's a mythic gun that gives you basically the same effect as a shockwave on the first bullet. So when I shoot it on the first bullet down, oh wait, hold on, I gotta reload it. It fires me out. It fires me out on the first bullet down there. You're purple. Hello. They were coming up for purple. You constantly have to reload it, but it is pretty useful to have as a shockwave. You basically have your shockwaves. I have not yet. Ooh, somebody was shooting at me, but I can't tell from where. Oh, over here. Hold on. She's up top there. I don't know if I'm gonna win this fight. I don't know. I can't tell. Not today. You didn't get the Hades skin? Oh, it got gifted to me. Yeah. Greg name? I know. Girl, she's like waiting right up top there. Should I try and destroy this thing maybe? I feel like I need to get heals. Ugh. Fuck. Oh my god, I hate my life. I hate my Chungus life! Dude, kill me. I'm just trying to get on top of this fucking thing. That was so bad. That was so bad. Girl, I'm pissed. Bye. Bye. Leave reposition. It wouldn't even matter. Like, I actually hate. But look who it is. Hi, Michael. I literally hate when shockwaves are like, actually, I'm not going to work. Not the bunny skin. The damn bunny skin. The damn bunny skin. Baddies. Should we play some Marvel Rivals for a little bit? Perhaps. Mayhaps. Yes. It's been a hot minute since we played. You need to leave. I think we'll play some Rivals for a little bit. See how it goes. Watch the entire viewership drop. JK, LOL. But We'll leave Fortnite open just in case we want to like swap back to it. But let me change the category on TikTok. I will be here. I love it. I love it. You're at 580 rivals. Hey, that's pretty good though, Kai. That's good. I just haven't been playing a lot either. That's one thing. I haven't been playing a ton either. Let me switch to. Hopefully the rivals works now. Favorite date idea? Honestly, just a man being like, let's go somewhere. Or only the Fortnite. Yeah, in my opinion. Yeah, I feel that. I do feel that. Emma, thank you for the puppy gamepad. You're on the enemy team though. Are you? I haven't been playing comp. I'll be real. I have not been playing comp at all. I've been I've been on my quick play grind. I might play comp today. Maybe we'll play some comp today. And Pearl, we may need some help on TikTok if you guys want to go over there and hang out for a little bit and then come back. Unfortunately, we kind of lose steam every time we do, but let me switch to my rivals. Okay, save. There we go. Noted. Yeah. Pro since the beginning, but yes, basically just being real with me and being like, okay, let's go on a date on this day, and then I'm good to go. Guys, I think let's just hop in, should we? Right in front of my salad. And Tavas, thank you for the puppy gamepad. Thank you guys. Thank you for the love. Platypus, hello. Oh, girl, we're already in. Angelina, thank you for the finger hearts. Thank you, thank you. Who is that? Rivals. Oh my God, I know, Alyssa. Who's your main? I have a bunch of different mains. I play a bunch of different characters depending on the day. I've been playing a lot of Namor lately, and I'm gonna play Namor this round. I've been playing a lot of Namor lately. We are playing mostly right now as quick play. I'll probably play comp though here in a little bit. We'll do some comp today too. Oh, I see why. Yeah, look at that skin. Yeah, look at that skin. My condolences. I've actually been enjoying him. I know it's crazy. But I have been enjoying him.
We have hidden in the depths long enough. Now is the time to strike.
I have been enjoying him quite a bit. Let me move. Hold on. I'll just get rid of the sub goal for right now.
Your powers have increased since we last crossed paths, Rogue. I must say.
Oh, he's hot. I know. Hey, we've got literally 2 supports, 2 tanks. This is good. This is good for us. Okay.
So don't even bother.
When he doesn't play so bad, so it's hard to play ranked. Yeah. Don't worry no more. Honestly, I've just been practicing more. Alyssa! Wait, can we get some slays for Alyssa? Alyssa just dropped so many puppy game pads. That's crazy. Wait, that's insane. Thank you so much for all of the puppy game pads. Wait, that's actually kind of crazy. Thank you.
There's gonna be a fight.
Ooh.
That is much better.
Girl, where is everybody? Ooh. Got one. Two, maybe. Ooh! Keep healing, please. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh. Oh, I got 3 kills though. Damn, that was crazy. Damn, that was crazy. I'm ace right now. You hate to see a Lord BP. We'll play the new map too, so you guys can see the new map. Also, guys, if you're scrolling by, I want to leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie. We're almost to 100 followers on TikTok. So if you're seeing this and you're normally a Marvel Rivals player, let me know. Leave a little follow in the chat.
That is much better.
Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Quick match so sweaty. It is. Got one. Oh, I'm dead. Damn. I'm still cooking. Maddie, thank you for the follow. Drops are on. They should be on purple. Yeah. I am playing as, I'm gonna turn it down a little bit. Is the game a little loud, guys? I turned it down a little bit. I'm playing as Namor. I've been practicing Namor and Thing. I turned it down a little bit. Let me know if that's better. Hopefully that's less overwhelming. Oh my god. I literally... Oh, fuck, that damn BP. That was my own fault. I love it. I love it, Zoe. I need to do my rank placement still. That's the only thing. Jasmine, thank you for the heart me. And Duckskin. I love that platypus. And thank you guys for tapping. Let's see. We get to 130k taps on TikTok now. Girl, get out of here. Hi, bestie. Hi. For multi-chat, it's called Caster Labs. It's called Caster Labs. I hear... Girl, I cannot. I'm in trouble. Where are the heal kits? Oh, thank you. Dude, I literally... Oh my god, one of them left. Somebody left the game. No shit. Okay, I'm cooking, but we're losing. The new Invisk is gonna Glinda. I know. Imagine Lord, are you really?
You cannot wash your hands of Namor.
Again, I really don't play Namor very often, so I'm practicing him because I feel like I've been playing him pretty well lately. Sue, thank you for the gold dog boxing gloves. I need to ult here. I'm kind of waiting. Oh my god, I'm just getting instantly wrecked here. I'm getting insta-wrecked. Can you use the in-game currency because I'm lost in the sauce? In-game currency, what do you mean by in-game currency? Oh, let me do that. There isn't any in-game currency. We lost that one. So this girl, do you putting me? Thank you. Not right. Wow. And guys, we're 5 followers away from 90 followers on TikTok. So if you're scrolling by and not following,
Bitch, you know I'm
Zefty, what are you doing?
Don't call, just text me. Bitch, you slow, can't get
Oh my god, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl.
All right, leave a little follow if you're seeing that for the first time. And let's see if we can tap to 130k baddies. Who's your least favorite character to play as? There's so many that I just don't even play them. Never heard that intro? I will. I promise. I promise. I give you this pretty funny watch. Well, thank you. Please, let's sit there. We're gonna shout out the next 5 followers on TikTok, baddies. The next 5. Lido, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry, Miho, somebody said. Wait, can you guys see the chat? So, okay, you can. Slay. Unblocking parts of the battle pass and things. Oh, you mean currency is in like for the battle pass? Is that what you mean? Is that the question? Also, hi Zvenny, how are you? Dude, this VP's pissing me off. Ugh. I need heals, please. I got 2 kills on him. 3 kills. 3 kills. 3. We got. I did pretty good there. I just got 3 kills there. Are you feeling better? I am feeling better. Yes. King of Queens pick is wild. I know. Listen. See the resemblance with League of Legends for this game? Really? This game is more like Overwatch, I would say. Jeez, this BP, dude. This BP's kind of crazy. This BP is actually kind of crazy. The thunder. I'm just holding point. I'm just holding point. Do you play Overwatch? I sometimes do. Let's just got an intro clip of them. That's pretty dope. I have a couple more. You'll see some more here in a few minutes. I used to play Overwatch. Don't even think about it, bitch. Bye. And Purple, we may need some support on TikTok. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna get eaten here. Shit. Probably maybe smite at times. Yeah, I would say it's Deadlock is more similar to League is what I meant to say. Currency is called. Yeah, I'm just confused on what you mean by currency. Also, guys, we're almost to 130k taps. Let's see. I'm gonna see if this round we got 6k taps to 130. Can we do it on TikTok? Kind of make me want to try out no more. He's fun. He's fun because it's also there's some auto aim to him a little bit because of his little baddies. Oh, except I'm getting racked. I can't do much here. Why are none of my teammates ulting, mind you? None of them are ulting. Deadlock is so... I love Deadlock. I love Deadlock. Do you mean like currency to buy skins? Is that what you mean? I actually don't know the name of it. I'll be real. I honestly don't even know the names of the currency in this game. I just think of gold and purple. Okay, we're gonna capture point. Girl, I did have ace. I lost it. They're gonna probably... No, maybe not. The gold and blue units, yeah. So those are like... They're like units, yeah. They're just different things you can do with them. But you can buy skins. You can buy a whole bunch of stuff with them. Okay, we got point. We took that one back. Should we play Valorant? I've tried. I don't really like first-person shooters. I love... If you want to ever get access, please feel free in the Discord. We play it very often. I'm not good with first-person. I'm not good with first-person. Carly, thank you for the heart me. Have you tried Apex? Yeah, again, first-person. I don't really love it. Thank you guys for the heart me's. FPS games, Marvels, I literally can't tell who I'm supposed to be shooting. What I did to make it easier is I changed the color. So if you go to your accessibility settings, you can actually change the color of the enemy team and of your team. So I changed it to something that was easier for me to see, but you can change it to like yellow if that's easier for you to see, and it'll highlight them. AC with a follow. And that helped the most for me. I love all these CCs. It's all right. We got round 3. Okay. Hard to grasp. Yeah, I will say Valorant I got kind of bored of. I felt like it was super slow, but maybe I'm just dumb. Like, it felt really slow to me. I was like, okay, we shoot and the round's over. Chrissy, this is Marvel Rivals. We were just playing Fortnite. But we swapped to Rivals for a little bit. Did I get any of them? Oh, no. Please heal me. Please heal me. Oh, my God. No, Valorant is slow, especially in the high ranks. I felt like it just feels really slow to me. They made fun of me for being bad at Namor. Oh, no. Honestly, I just play just for the vibes. I am that person. Except sometimes in comp I'm not, but we'll do comp too today. We'll do a little bit of both. I need to finish my placement matches in comp, which we could do those on stream. But right now, we have not been placing great. Girl, is somebody behind me? Hello? Ooh. Please. Girl, this freaking... Oh my God, this magic, dude. Got her. Got her. Are you bi? No, I'm gay as shit. I'm gay as shit. He's behind me, isn't he? Come here, Jeffy. Shit. Meow. Dude, oh my God. Where are the heals? Hi, Ethan. Yes, Casey. I tried it by daylight. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. It felt also, it was kind of, I don't mind the horror aspect, but also I was like, it felt very toxic. Okay, it's honestly our Hulk that kind of sucks. He's 8 and 6 right now. I feel like DPS is kind of doing okay. We gotta get to point here though. Dude, we gotta get to point. I need heals. Ooh. We have to get to point. Oh my god, dude. Ethan with the heartbeat. What about Sick Money? Guys, we're 2 followers away from 90 followers. I know. Oh, we took point. I'm shocked. I'm shocked we took point. Who's your favorite Marvel character? Loki. Loki, I think, is one of the best written characters in the Marvel cinematic universe. I think he's one of the best, if not the best written character in Marvel. Do you still like Deadlock? Yes, Lexi, I love it. It just does not do well on stream for me, so I don't play it on stream. If I did, I would probably just play it on Twitch, which I could do today. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, the fucking Hulk CC. Ugh. Dude. Oh my god, I need heals. Bye, Michael. See you later. Do I have a moderator in chat who can ping the Discord and say, hey, y'all, we're playing Marvel Rivals. Come join us on TikTok. And purple. Yeah, we lost there. The heals were kind of ass. I'm not going to lie. Thank you. That was actually a crazy game. That was a crazy game. Yeah, the whole, okay, honestly, also the Wanda was kind of bad. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I love that color combo though. Yeah, color combo's pretty. Maybe we'll do like one more quick play, and then maybe we'll do some comp. Maybe we'll do some comp. Maybe we'll do some comp as well. Why not? Why not? Oh, I was gonna play on the new map so you guys can see the new map. The new map, I don't know if I love the new map. I'll be real. The new map is kind of ass. On Discord, yes, Lindsay's got it. She got it. She should have it.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this.
Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate you for that.
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown in my wake.
I haven't played the new one yet. It's kind of fun. I'll play it after this round. I'll play a round of it. I'll go Thing.
When you got one like me.
I'm gonna go Thing. The new map made you rage quit. The thing is, there's no. The issue with the new map is that it's all like one way in. Do you have any lords? I have almost 6 lords. I'm at 5 lords right now. Well, I have Wanda lorded, Mr. Fantastic, Invis, Cloak and Dagger, and Iron Man. And I'm almost lord on Gambit, almost lord on Magneto. I have quite a few. Quite a few. Quite a few. I'm slacking on lord on Invis. A lot of them, I think it's a little bit easier now to get lord than it used to be. So it's been a bit easier for me to get them because they changed the system a little bit. They changed the system. All right, guys, we're 2 followers from 90 followers on TikTok. If you're scrolling by and it's not a follow button right now and it says follow, then I hate to break it to you, but you are homophobic. But if you hit follow, you are an ally. Hi, Morgan. Please let me be getting healed right now. Is this a DPS? Okay. Girl. I actually love Thing because he just punches shit. He just punches shit. Girl, where is everybody? Oh, he's up there. He just punches shit. He just punches shit. King, hi, Prim, how are you? Okay, so I guess everybody's homophobic then because we didn't get 2 follows at all on TikTok. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, I'm trying to learn Thing. I like her because I just punch. I just punch and punch and punch his thing. It's so fun. I just punch. Girl. I just punch and punch and punch. Punch away. Hey, Pookie. Hey, Mimi, how are you? Thank you for the heart me, by the way. Just punch and punch and punch. Guys, how's the volume, by the way, on the game right now? Is it too low? Okay. It's hard to tell with our rivals. I feel like it's crazy.
What are you aiming at?
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, we're thinging it. We're thinging it. Thing v thing. We're just tagged. We're Eiffel Towering this thing. Look at his ass. Just getting roasted by us. Damn. Damn. Just absolutely roasting him. Damn. Just Eiffel Towered his ass. Me and Hulk there. Absolutely. Girl, dumbass. Bye. I'm playing Marvel Rivals right now. Discord name? It's the Fruit Box is the name of the Discord. Girl, I'm just punching. I'm just punching. I feel like I do play Thing pretty well, which is kind of funny to me. You know? You know what I mean? Like, I do think I play him pretty well, which is kind of funny. Girl. Yes, thank you guys for supporting on TikTok, by the way. I really appreciate it. Any support on TikTok we can get helps a lot. We are dipping below 90. If we stay below 90 too much, I do have to swap over to just being on Twitch. So if we can get some love on TikTok today, that is today. And if you're seeing this live, make sure to follow y'all. That punch, it really does. Especially if you don't know what to do about it. You're like, okay. Hi, Brandy. Who I might be. Girl.
This is real firepower.
Girl. Kenny, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you. I appreciate you, Fresta. This is so funny. If that Black Panther tries to... ult one more time, I swear. I swear. I'm crying you love that right click. I really do. Well, that's how you play them. And then it's over. It's so fast. Yes, it is crossplay, yeah. Anita Cookie was the MVP, by the way, everybody. Anita Cookie. We did eat that up, didn't we? Ate that, honey. Ate that. Guys, we're one follower away from 90 followers now. I mean, I had 7 finals. I'll take that. We'll play the new map so you guys can see the new map. If you haven't tried the new map yet. Because you can actually just play quick play, but it's just the new map, which is kind of fun. But I'm also happy to answer questions about Rivals because I know a lot of folks are new to the Rivals scene. So if you're new to the Rivals scene and you're curious, I'm always happy to answer questions about it too. That's cool. Yeah, it is kind of fun. I'm always happy to answer questions about it too. Let me fill this round. I'll fill. Okay. I'm gonna go no more.
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown in my wake.
For the whole year, not knowing that you could just queue. No, you can't. See, this is new. That's a new feature like right now. That's a new feature right now. Thank you guys for the GoFundMe with the heart me, Ashley. I appreciate it. And guys, we're one follower from 90 followers on TikTok. Thank you for the love. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it's just a new feature. Yeah, the scanning's crazy. No more hard to. I don't think he's too hard to learn. I didn't think I was good at him, but then I was like, oh wait,
Just like the
I'm not bad at him.
I
Especially because these help so much. His little squids. Wait, why is he kind of... He's hot as shit. I'm telling you what, the skins in this game compare nothing. Like, they're so much better than the first. Like, look at this new Star-Lord skin. Are you kidding me? I want to lick their abs up and down until my tongue is dry. Until the tongue is dry. Okay.
Just, you know, drop you off on one of those.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Dry and like really. Antoine, I do love playing that. AJ, thank you for the follow. The new match game gag, yeah. You switch with like the poster, literally. Well, I know what I'm doing tonight. Uh-huh. 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 I hear, who's a flyer right now? Oh, Angela. Angela. Slobbering on him. Oh, girl. Not this ugly ass Emma skin too. Oh, honey, please let me get some heals. I'm gonna die here. Oh. Okay, we really don't need a triple support situation here. Maybe I do need to go thing. Because I feel like we're not. We just have no presence. This map is so tough. I know, right? Listen, Marisol. This map is so tough because quite literally it is like... Hold on, so I'm locking it a little bit. There's only one way through, and it's this way. Like there's no like... There's a little bit of a side profile, but not really. And also the scanning also tells you what everybody's ult charge is at, which is kind of crazy. Girl. I got one. Oh. Oh, I got two. I'm just better. I'm just better. God damn. I got 2 kills there. I got 2 kills. Please heal me. Please heal me. Where are my healers? I'm playing as Namor right now. I was cooking. You're really him.
I will not be stopped so easily.
Go from the side and flank him. Pickles, you give the tiny dinies. Thank you for the gifties. We're playing as Namor right now. This is the new Namor skin. It's the disco skin. It's kind of fun. You said go from this side and flank or this side? Wait, left. This side. I'm not dumb. I know my directions. I know my directions. Oh. Ooh. Oh, where are my team? Where are my team? Jeffy. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead. Please, I need heals. I need heals. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die here.
I am ready to put on a show.
Fuck. Do we have? Why do we have a triple? Oh my god, what is going on with the support? I'm trying.
My battle has only just begun.
I feel like I'm gonna have to go support. Like I just feel like they're just dying. Do you have a main? I don't. I feel. Please, Jeff, turn your ass around. Fuck. Like literally look in one direction, Jeff. Look in one direction, I beg of you. Other than forward. Jeff, please. Oh, Jeff, please. Can we?
Like the tide, Namor always rises again.
Can we not? I said, can we not run Mantis? Like, please. Oh my god. Like, dude. Like, dude. What am I supposed to do here? Like, Jeff isn't hit. Jeff is not hitting me at all. Holy shit, dude. Like, we're gonna lose this. Ugh. I got frozen! I almost had my ult, though. I got both the healers. I got both heals. I got both healers, but I need heals. Please. Please! Fuck! What are these healers doing? Genuine question. Like, girl. I'm standing right in front of that mantis and she did nothing, honey. Like, genuine question. Oh my god, dude. I'm holding here, but I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die here. There's no way I live, but I tried. I tried. I tried. I tried. I tried. I want to see what the heals were, because girl, Fern, thank you for the heartbeat. Yeah, 3K heals. Are you kidding me? Okay, so the mantis had 3,000 heals. 3,000 heals. Girl, I was SVP. Girl, get me out of here. Girl, get me out of here. Hello, 3,000. Thank you, Skylar. Guys, if you're joining, make sure to leave a follow if you're joining in. We are trying to keep above 100 viewers on TikTok. Otherwise, we will have to end the TikTok live. But thank you for being here, y'all. Thank you. Thank you. Make sure you keep tapping and sharing that live out. Helps a lot. We'll try it again. Bam. Do. Classic mantis. Okay. What do you have to end if you don't have over 100 viewers? Because I am in the Gaming Live Pro program, and if I don't hold an average viewership of 100 viewers, I lose that Gaming Live Pro badge. Schmidt, unfortunately. It's a stupid rule, but it is how it works in the game or on TikTok. It's really dumb. It's really dumb, but unfortunate. And we didn't, and last month we did not hit the goal. So if I don't hit it this month, I will lose it. Thank you guys. I know most of you are. Hi Fox, how are you? Taggy, thank you for the heart me. That's crazy, Fressa. And I'm doing good, Steven. Thank you, Beccaroni. I appreciate you, baddies. Davina, thank you for the heart me. It's a really, I wish TikTok wasn't like this. Like, it's so dumb that it is, that you have to have, like, you lose your, like, badge if you don't hit a certain thing, but it does help so much. So it's such a stupid thing. Like, I get access to a lot of, like, perks with it. So unfortunately, it's like such a dumb thing. I wish it wasn't that way, you know? I wish it wasn't that way. But we're doing pretty good anyways. Butterbean, thank you for the tiny diny. I appreciate it. Such a silly ass thing. Okay. We'll maybe like play comp after this. Yeah, do a little rivals. We haven't done rivals in ages, so I said okay. But yes, guys, help them tap it out. Every 10K taps helps reset the algo too. Okay, I'm gonna flank a little this side. This new map's so interesting. I don't love this new map. It's kind of a mess. This new map for me is... It's kind of a mess. Bam, bam, bam. Got him. Okay, I'm kind of eating. I'm kind of eating. Nightmare to heal on? Yeah, I can't even imagine. Thank you guys for switching over. I appreciate it. And guys, if you're joining the live, make sure to leave a follow for a Zesty Bestie. We are 10 followers away on TikTok from 100 followers this stream. So every new follow helps a lot. And if you're seeing this on your FYP, say slay in the chat. Let me know if you are. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, I'm kind of eating now. What'd you do for Easter? I spent it with my family. Went to my mom's house, and then I also went to my dad's house. So I did a little bit of both. A little bit of both. A little bit of both. Meow, meow. God, I'm kind of eating. Guys, I'm kind of eating right now. I'm not going to lie.
Don't let it go to your head.
Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. You guys are the best. You guys are the best. I love you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you. I am playing Rivals. Yes. We are playing Marvel Rivals. Or trying to. Or trying to. Yeah, this is a bot match, guys, by the way. Oh, I finally got first death. This is a bot match through and through. The names are all bot names, unfortunately. Names are all bot names. Who had the better food? Honestly, both my family had good food. We hardly. Thanks, Ashley. Yeah, again, I've been playing Namor quite a bit. I've been enjoying Namor a lot. It's kind of crazy. I have been enjoying him quite a bit. Okay, this magic's kind of going crazy. I tried Valorant. I didn't love it. It felt so slow to me. Girl. Girl, I'm knocking him out here. Request approved. Thank you, guys. And if you've seen this live on your FYP, can you let me know in the chat if you're seeing it? This is a bot match. This is 100% a bot match. Yeah, we are definitely on the FYP right now. I mean, I'm going crazy on him, but I'm going crazy on him. I might try comp with Namor and see how I do. I'm mad. I was doing so good too. I'm mad that the other teammate got. I had 18 final hits. How did I not get MVP? Wait, that's kind of crazy. I had 18 finals. Jolise, no, it's usually only if it's new folks. So if you're scrolling by in the FYP and you're seeing this live and you're new and I'm just seeing my live today, can you say slay in the chat and let me know if you're seeing it out there on the FYP? All right, I feel like we should do ranked, guys. Should we do it? I'm gonna go to ranked. These are my placement matches. I'm gonna go heals for it though. Slay, thank you, Mean. I'm gonna go heals for it to be safe. To be safe. I don't want to risk too much here. At least I'm planning to go heals.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I'm gonna go. I'm trying to like do my. Hi, Love Lisa. How are you? I'm trying to do my placement matches where I know I'll be able to perform the best because now it judges you off of individual performance. Like, okay, baddie. Okay, baddie. I see you. Okay, baddie. I see you. So it's a whole new thing. But yes, guys, thank you. Thank you for tapping as well. We are 10 followers away on TikTok from 100 followers this stream. So if you are scrolling by, I see you. I love that. It's crazy. It's crazy, Love Lisa. If you're scrolling by and seeing this live, we'll leave a follow for Zesty Bestie right now on TikTok. Help us get to our 100 for the afternoon. Isn't it crazy that we had 240 people on TikTok and 280 on Twitch, and then the moment we switched, it's always so crazy to me. I'm like, girl. Fiona, thank you for the follow. Happy birthday, Alyssa. Zach, thank you for the heart me. Bum, 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 bum. I know, right, Fressa? It's always kind of crazy. Play Valorant and try to be so much better. Yes. Yeah, it really depends. I've learned to flex. Flexing is the best for real in comp at least. But you play what you like. You play what you enjoy. You play what you enjoy the most. I'm trying to see where. Again, my goal for this is to just do crazy heals right now. Maybe. I need my team to push up here, though. Can we, like, lock in on this Spidey? Can we lock in on this Spidey? Oh, my God. Dude, what is going on? I don't know what my team is doing. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, it's just grab the Spidey, dude. Grab the Spidey. Ooh. We got the point. We got the point. We got the point. We're close to having the point. The zooted, baby. Ooh. Ooh, honey.
Healer's probably wrong.
I swap to the more. Hear them too? Yes. Yeah, I know. Wait, what do you mean by E? You mean the? You mean that? The wall? No, this is not Lunas. No, 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 no. Get to point. Get to point, y'all. Get to point, please. Get to point, y'all.
It looks like we got a DPS Gambit.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I feel like I'm solo healing right now because I'm just getting wrecked here.
Except from one, you're definitely solo healing.
Not true.
Did you hear the guy say it? Not true?
He says while DPSing.
Literally healing you, bro. What are you talking about?
Ugh. Dude, can you guys hear them? You can hear the conversation with them. Not true. Yeah, right. Literally. I'm telling you guys, I was the only one healing. Do we focus on point? Then I can... Like, the team is just like playing off point and I don't know why. Ooh, ooh, like they're just playing off point right now. Like the team is just 100% playing off point.
Everybody needs a hand
This,
sometimes.
like, they, I don't know what's going on. Already, I know, they're so funny. Marlena, thank you for the Harvey, by the way. I'm like, girl, just stick to, like, they're all, like, I wouldn't care if we weren't, if they weren't at 99%, you know what I mean? Like, we can play off angles when they're not at 99%. Dude, I'm trying to heal you. I hear Spidey.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
I'm dead here. Ooh, never mind. I lived. I lived. I lived. Moonlight, thank you for the sub. I really locked in there. Moonlight, thank you so much. Okay. Spidey's on point. Spidey's on point with me. Never mind.
Let's go.
Waiting to see if they take it. Oh, we got the point. Nice, nice, nice. Yay! We ended up taking the point. The Gambit was not doing anything. I'll tell you what. Thank you, Morgan. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for lurking on TikTok. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. And Moonlight, thank you again for the sub. Bum, 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 bum.
I wouldn't know the real power.
And you know what? We ate that up. And you know what? We did eat that up. Guys, we're almost to 100 followers on TikTok. So if you're scrolling by right now and you are not following, then I hate to break it to you, but you are homophobic. But if you hit the follow button right now, you are an ally and you're going to heaven. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them, baby. I just enforce them. I love it, Cece. It's true. And we haven't got any followers, so I guess everybody's going to hell. I don't know what to say. It's kind of crazy. I can't change the rules.
If ever a place needed some light.
Sorry, so if we can slow him down, we could win easily.
Yeah, this should be hopefully an easy win.
One's up there with you, friend.
Ooh. Ah,
They
shit.
went hard on the. Yeah, we're dead.
Yeah, we got all hit there. Oh, that was
they
crazy.
Just all went backline.
Yeah. The healers are all dead because we literally got.
No. Sorry, let me step in here. No one can heal you when your dumbass stands up there and jumps down when you have 1 health.
Thank you for that.
I play heals. I watched that dude. I was like, dude, you're dead.
Clock it. And you know what?
Ping the Hulk jump, but she caught you from 8 miles away. Spidey backline. Oh.
Against the world.
If you want heals, you have this stand where people can kill you.
I'm in trouble here.
Oh, he's one. Heal me, heal me, heal me.
I'm pocket healing him, pocket healing here. I'm pocket healing here, I'm pocket healing here. Oh my god, I'm going crazy.
White Fox low around the tree.
Good grab, good grab. Oh, that was crazy.
Nice push, nice push.
Objective achieved.
Jesus. I'm trying to track who has the next here. Are you healing, Bessie? Yes. Yeah, I am healing right now.
Or a dagger.
He's up, right?
Lights out.
My time to shine.
There he goes.
Bubble behind you, bubble behind you.
I feel like I heard footsteps on the left. Black Panther fighting on point.
Nice.
Oh, you canceled his ult too.
Okay, we're grabbing, we're grabbing. So in this game, yes, yeah, I'm happy to. I'm also happy to teach things about the game too.
Lights out.
On point again.
Dude, I'm just like, I'm heal botting right now. How do you have the thing at the top? That is through something called Marvel Rivals Tracker. Kill things like that tree? No. I can bounce off of the tree though. So if I bounce, I can bounce it off and it goes as Cloak and Dagger. It'll auto aim.
What the fuck am I listening to?
Us against the world.
Put up my parrot on the portal. Yo, put that guy in.
Be careful. Be careful. Oh, he's gone.
We good.
I don't know if you can Holly.
But they fucked up.
Right.
He found the health pack fast. Nice go back.
I'm dead. Ooh, I'm close. Ooh, that was close.
Not dangerous.
Good game, good game. We won! And that's how you do it. And that's how you do it there, okay? And that's how you do it, kids. And I had the most healing out of the entire team. Okay. And I had the most healing. GG, you play like a puss, though. It said the zooted. Wait, who's the zooted? I don't even know what he's saying there. How much you heal? I had 16k heals. Everybody else was 12k or under. 12k or under, but that's what I wanted. I wanted that. So basically the reason that I'm playing Cloak and Dagger right now is because you can always get max heals on Cloak and Dagger. And for placement matches, that's the ideal situation. You like want to have the most heals because of the fact that basically the situation you want to, because it's judging by individual performance. So you want to try and have one of those like specific things. Very, you know what I mean? Like you're trying to get one of those things very specifically. Very specifically. And then from there you can change things around, but for these placement matches you want to try and get as many achievements as you can when you are playing. But yes, welcome in for joining in, y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting Marvel Rivals as well. If you are new here, let me introduce myself a little bit.
Bitch, you know I'm
Zefty.
Don't call, just text me, bitch.
Okay. Oh my God, she's bald.
ITGIRL. You know I am that girl. Bitch, don't kiss and tell.
We might have to end TikTok here in a few, unfortunately, but we're going to try and keep going with TikTok. If you are seeing this live on your FYP, please say slay in the chat. Let me know if you are on the FYP on TikTok. Hi, Alexa. How are you? Thank you, Wamplet, Elvis, and Katie. Thank you, guys. Hello, hello.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this.
Hi, Ari. How are you? Slay. You guys are baddies. Okay, wait. I want to go Cloak and Dagger again. Hold on, I was muted there. But yes, if you are new, so happy to have you. Welcome on in. Thanks, Cowboy. Appreciate you. Yeah, Realms, I would love that. Thank you, guys. Hi, Matt. How are you? And Galaxy. Kodak and Haley and Marlena and Zach and Good Life and Rhea. Guys, thank you for the heart me's. I appreciate you. Heart me's so slay. Right up here by my face, y'all. If you click that little button, you can leave a little heart me. Alexa, I'm feeling so much better. Guys, if you're like, where was Zesty last week? I had both an ear infection and I had a respiratory infection. So a girl was dying. A girl was dying for like the week. A girl was dying for the week. It was not great. It was not great.
Have you ever considered like
What are we running here? Why are we running triple support? Okay, I'm not gonna play support then.
we are Cloak and Dagger?
I'm gonna go.
We are hope and
I'm gonna go thing.
Check my watch.
I don't want to run triple support right now. Nice, nice, Alex. I love that. But it even never says. That's true. Never stays on for too long. But yeah, I'm feeling so much better. Thank you, Thea, and I appreciate you. All right. Well, I was gonna play healer, but we had multiple healers, and I don't want to run triple support right now. There's no point in doing that. There's no point in running. Okay, we have a Namor, which is not great, and this Namor looks pretty good. So we're gonna see what we can do here. We're gonna see what we can do here. I need heals though. Oh my God, I've got instantly ran down. I miss you guys too. Okay, they're running one tank. I'm kind of like, let me try one more go with thing here, and then if thing is not working, I'll swap. I don't know. This is not looking good. This one is not looking good. I'll be real. Guys, oh my God. I'm not getting healed either. I'm not getting healed either. Please heal me. Please heal me. Please heal me. Fuck, dude. I cannot stay alive. Dude. These heals are nowhere to be found. I don't even know. What's their comp right now?
You kidding? I feel fantastic.
I don't even know at this point. I don't even know at this point. They're ass though. Guys, are the healers like around? Like, what are we doing here, guys? Do we have a healer? Should I play healer? I was playing healer, but then we had triple support.
The thing ain't going nowhere.
Like, hello? Like we're being ran down. Oh my god. This is insane. We got close on TikTok. We're not quite there on TikTok yet, but we're close. This is insane, dude. These healers are ass, man. Like holy shit, dude. I cannot out-heal this. Oh my god. Like, what am I supposed to do here? And why did they all hear? Oh my god, dude. Also, I'm solo tanking now. Girl, I'm pissed. Thank you for the Zesty Bestie Mint. Hi, Julia. Guys, we are 10 followers away. If you are seeing this near FYP, can you say FYP in the chat? We just don't know if we're on the FYP anymore right now. I don't think I am, so I want to see if we are or not. Like, not already in the chat, but like somebody scrolling by right now. What is happening? What is happening? Dude, because you're not healing the tank. I don't know what to tell you here. The tank is not being healed. Like, you're running, I'm not being healed, so I don't know what to tell you guys. So you guys can play. I will switch to DPS or heals. Somebody else can tank. Somebody else can tank. I'm not tanking. I'm not doing it. We're going no tank. Like, I don't give a damn. Anna, thank you. There they go. Right now it's just the pup thing or whatever. Like, I'm just not gonna solo tank when I'm just getting run down immediately and the healers are not coming up behind me and are instead focusing the DPS. Like, as kindly as I can say it, I can't do anything.
Make way for the king of thieves.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Like, I'm not, like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? What time is it, y'all? Okay, I do think we're gonna have to end the TikTok live after this one, baddies. Unfortunately, I just can't keep us above 100, so I do think we're gonna have to end the TikTok live after this.
After all these years, saving the world still has
Maybe after this round we'll see them. I will stay on Twitch, yeah. I just can't be below 100 on TikTok because we'll lose the Gaming Live Pro badge because we didn't hit it last month, and it's a stupid ass thing. But I have to, unfortunately. It's a real stupid ass thing, but. Meow meow.
If you knew who I have become, Father, the battle starts in 5, 4.
The thing is, triple support does not work in any comp these days. This is the problem. So I like don't even want to. I don't even know.
This place gave us both gore and snow.
Feeling fantastic.
Much better.
Invisible? That's better. There they are.
I'm locking in here. Oh, they have Cowboy. They've been amazing.
Got you covered. Psionic burst. I disappeared.
poor creatures. Be more to be ashamed. How's that for a vanishing act, Steven?
I'm healing like crazy right now.
Let me guess. Psionic burst.
Do. Oh, you guys are amazing. Thank you. We're actually doing okay. We might be fine. Okay.
Feeling fantastic. What about a pull? Invisible? No worries.
Oh, I had to lock in there.
Never even saw me coming.
There we go. Okay, now I'm eating. Now I'm eating. But like, I guess I just had to heal. Because now we're playing fine. The issue is we're gonna have to go into overtime if we lose this here. Daddy, that's right. That's me. Like, the thing is the healers are like scared to push forward. That's the problem. We're behind.
Feeling fantastic. You are nothing. Ready to put on a show.
I had to ult there. I feel like I have to lock in here, y'all. Oh my god, I'm getting grabbed. Oh! I finally got got. My god. You can also do damage to others, Mrs. Mercury. Yes, a little bit of both. A little bit of both here. A little bit of both. You should be trying to do both. But not so much that your team is unable to survive. Like they're just taking so much damage right now. I hear no more near me.
Clearly you needed some help.
Waste of an ult there. Waste of an ult there. Like, you just cannot be scared to push up. That's the thing about being a healer is like do you see how like Jeff is like and Cloak and Dagger are like hiding in the back? That's how, especially if you have a tank that's like a brawl tank. That was a good kill. Do. Get her. Nice.
Clearly you needed some help.
Behold the god of thunder!
I died, but we got him. We got him. Girl, I had to lock in there. Imogen, thank you for the roses.
What else you got, Namor? Angry starfish.
Like, holy
I'll fight
shit.
for my family until the end.
Do. Yeah, you have to really focus the tanks. That's your front line, you know. Okay, we lost people there. Oh, I'm dead. can't do anything here. I died. I do, Egg Boy. How are you? Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to end the live after this on TikTok, y'all. But we'll keep going on Twitch for a little bit, maybe. We gotta get to cart here. IG Louise, how are you? I'm so locked in right now, y'all. Guys, we're almost to, I want to see if we can end the stream at 100 followers, though. Do you think we can get there on TikTok? We're so close. Dude, I'm trying to get this Thor. Getting more behind here. Push the cart forward. We only have a minute left. Ooh, I'm so locked.
You needed a timeout.
I have my ult still.
No worries. I've got your back.
Behold the god of thunder!
People on point here. Nice.
Clearly you needed some help. A little help, please.
So I'm locked in here.
I am ready to put on a show.
Hi, Becca. Welcome in. Sorry, guys. I'm locked and loaded here. Is this our Hella? Oh, I'm dead. Oh my God. I was doing so good too. This is crazy. If we lose, I swear to God, these guys better hold point. I'm going to switch to Strange. God damn it. They suck. I'm so pissed. That was so bad. Like, insane how bad that was. Oh my God. That was, I'm so mad right now. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, we do have one more match. We'll do that one. GGs are for quick play. Y'all wouldn't swap or do anything. I said GGs are for quick play. Get out of here. I'm so mad because those healers were doing nothing. Oh my God. They were doing nothing that whole first round. All right, we'll do one more round, y'all. Again, we are trying to, unfortunately, I don't even know. Never mind. I was saying we're trying to hit goals on TikTok, but I'm gonna have to end the live. Actually, yeah, we're probably gonna have to wrap up the live here on TikTok in just a second, y'all. But let's see if we can we get one new follower on TikTok. If you're just going by right now and seeing this live, can you follow right now? I just want to see if we are out there in the world and you are seeing this live, because I think we're just not on the FYP at all right now. Lily, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Okay, so we are out there a little bit, but barely. She's mad at us right now. Yeah, you guys go back to Twitch. We're gonna end the TikTok live. I want to thank you guys so much, though. TikTok, you guys were amazing. You were fabulous. You were wonderful. Y'all are great, and I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for being who you are. Again, I don't want to end early, but come join us on Twitch. We are going to finish out on Twitch, so join us over there. I just have to because of this stupid ass stuff with TikTok. I love you guys so much. Y'all are amazing. Come join us on Twitch though for the last little bit, and I'll see you guys soon. Okay? Love you, TikTok. Bye, baddies. See you tomorrow. We'll be live tomorrow. So see you then for probably Minecraft. All right? Bye. See you next time. I just can't. Unfortunately, TikTok is so dumb that I just can't. And we're close to losing our status, so.
You're underestimating my light. That's okay. Happens all the time.
It's so stupid, and I hate that we're like close to losing it, but it's so dumb. It's so dumb. Boo TikTok. I know. So stupid. But we're gonna finish it on Twitch and have a good time, and that's all that matters. Girl, I swear to God, if they fall into this right now, I'll be so pissed.
This isn't my first trip through the multiverse, you know.
Dude, this is so stupid. I literally hate this game when they do this shit. This is so dumb.
Han's X-Men cartoon theme as close as possible.
I fucking hate this shit. This is so annoying. Hi, Imogen, how are you? Okay, there we go. Anyways. Ooh, I need heals. Ooh. Ooh, cleansing. You guys are slaying on both. You guys are amazing, truly. Oh my God. We did not take that. Yeah, Samantha. Yeah. Unfortunately, we had to.
You cannot wash your hands of
Dude, I can't even like. We're just getting run the fuck down, dude. What is their comp? I'm gonna go Iron Man.
I never had kids, but I did have teenagers. Same thing.
Ooh.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Please, a fucking heal! I don't understand why I have to. This game makes me want to scream, y'all.
I'm gonna find whoever put me out last time.
We are undefeatable.
Oh my God.
Supernova!
Like, please. Please. Can I get a heal, please? I'm begging. I can't hard focus.
I'm gonna find whoever put me out last time.
Like, holy shit, dude. Like, can a baddie get a fucking heal for 5 seconds? Please. Oh my God. Ugh. Guys, please. Is there a healer in the game? Or can somebody swap DPS and I will heal?
Maximum! Iron Man operational again.
Like, this is crazy. Like, oh my God, I feel like I'm going nuts here. him. Got him.
We are undefeatable.
Oh my god! Can a cloak and dagger learn how to do this? Oh my god, dude.
Spider mode.
Last minute miracle.
CNG, please swap with me. I'm begging, dude.
Supernova!
Any medics around?
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
Need some repairs. Fast.
Only 60 seconds left.
Like, girl, am I crazy? I understand that you need to like find heal packs and shit, and I totally get that. But like, come on, no, I'm glad you're over here. I'm like, girl, come on. Like, if you want me to pull focus on here, I need a heal.
Portal, watch out for Strange.
Dude, I can't. I guess I just have to face forward because there's no other way for me to do this here. Like, God.
Final 10 seconds.
I really wish that I was adored by the heroes.
Thank you for downloading Twitch, by the way. I really appreciate that. Welcome in.
Looks like we've got ourselves.
All right.
We'll reach the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Holy cow, dude.
Tony's down.
It's not that I don't even need them to look up. I just need them to like, if they're gonna keep getting killed by the Johnny whatever, the Human Torch. If I can't hard focus him when I'm getting like blasted, you know. Oy.
Central point powering up.
Like, I'm standing here and not getting healed right now. Ooh.
We are undefeatable.
Maximum pulse.
I got both of them. I got both the heals. I got both the heals. I got both the healers, honey. I got both the healers. We're holding point. We might make this. What rank are you right now? Right now, we're still doing our placement matches. Okay, but we are doing good now. We're finally cooking here.
Time to switch things up.
Now we just have to defend. Now we just have to defend.
You'll need a
I think I'm gonna go Moon Knight now.
But it worked out for everybody.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
I'm hoping they swap a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see. Now we're trying to hold these baddies for a few. Guys, let me know how you're doing in the chat, by the way. How is everybody feeling today? How is everybody doing?
Camouflage is stupid. I want the enemy to see me and be afraid.
I'm opening a portal.
You see, this game looks amazing. I know. I'm good. I'm glad you're doing good. What game did you try, Demon Wolfie? This game is really good. This wasn't a battle pass game. This was in the shop a while ago. I think it might still be in the shop. You can still, the one thing I do like about Marvel Rivals is you can always acquire a skin even if it's out of the shop just by going to the cosmetics page of a character. Content warning. Ooh, got some pizza. Ooh, okay, baddies. I'm feeling a lot better today for sure. Girl. Girl, let me double jump. Oh my god, hello. Oh my god, this. Team, oh yeah, we gotta surrender. Wait, I love that. We gotta surrender. Tomodachi, yeah, I am going to try it, yeah. I mean, okay. I don't know why they surrendered, because honestly, I don't know why they surrendered. All right, so I placed silver 1. Ugh, kill me. Kill me. Silver 1. April 16th, you think? Okay. Okay. We'll keep playing a little bit longer, y'all. Maybe like one more round.
No, I don't know how I missed. They're like so inconsistent.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, it's okay. That's already clipped.
It makes like no sense.
Oh.
Did you clip it? Did you actually clip it?
Don't worry about it.
Great.
Hello.
It's awesome.
People are just
Get
yapping.
Froshy.
People are just yapping over there. Oh.
Pick your hero.
I can Iron Fist one trick.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Who needs 4 when you got one like me?
Oh my god. What about this game? Maybe I'll get it this game.
I don't know what's going on right now.
That's my last placement.
This person's yapping.
What?
How many kills this game?
Yo, bro, your mic's on.
Oh,
Well,
my
same
fault, sorry.
final hit, like goal. I'll hit it this game, maybe.
Sorry, my fault. I'm
It
muted.
was easier before all this galactic gobble.
Are they streamers? Do you think they're streamers, guys?
30 seconds before you attack.
I feel like they're streamers. Stream's good, Aquiz. Stream's good.
They promised me
I'm like,
to take it easy on
hello?
Susie.
Benjamin J. Grimm, you should know by now that I'm far from helpless.
Oh, I ain't worried about you. I meant you should take it easy on them.
That's
I only
reassuring.
have that pinged. I have that, and I've. Oh wait, I'm spamming too much. I can't. I got this. I need heals, and I got ping. That's legit.
Can you not look at chat, or is that like I don't understand?
Oh no, I don't look at that.
No, not you. I'm
I
talking
can't
to the other
read.
person.
I'm illiterate.
Just saying I
okay.
can't. If you're not pinging, we're not gonna do anything. I just feel like that's a bad attitude to have right out of the gate.
See the adversary.
Our enemies are near.
Okay, and ran down immediately.
I got you, support. Oh shit, no, I don't. I'm web. Wait, I'm not gonna hit that, by the way. Just so you know. I'm not hitting shit.
Smoked Procky, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. How are you? They were getting killed by someone. I'll hang with backlines so you guys don't die.
Oh my god, where did you come from? Holy shit. Why did you get one shot by that? What?
Please. Okay, or not. Hi, Smoked Broccoli. I hope you're having a fabulous stream and a fabulous day, y'all. Welcome in. We're playing Marvel Rivals. It's kind of ass right now. It's not going great. It's not going great, but we're doing our best. Okay. But we're doing our best, but it's not going great as of this current moment. But we're trying. Dude, I'm just getting like rammed here. Oh my god. All right. Do we want to run triple support or like, I don't even know. I'm just getting run down. I'm trying.
Just like the pressure of the ocean.
I don't know.
Shall crush our
But what were you guys playing today? What were you guys doing? Were you playing Fortnite or were you playing something else? I want to see if the Swani's a streamer. I'm so curious.
That is much better. Foul creatures, return to the seas at once.
Ooh.
Our tentacles the Gargantos himself.
Okay, wait, I'm locking in. Oh, nice. That sounds awesome, Broccoli.
Denizens of the deep.
Really? I love that. Oh, God. Ooh, I tried. Ooh, I was getting wrecked, though. Honestly, we should have recaptured the plane. Then we're good. This is crazy. It was a good time. I'm glad it was a good time. Sorry, I'm kind of locked in here a little bit.
Protect your king.
Ooh. They might TP here. Nice. Just in time. Nice job, y'all.
Doofus. That was fun.
Who said doofus? Did they call me a doofus? Wait, did she call me a doofus?
The tides always turn in my favor.
Wait.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. With my light
I'm so
daggers and
curious.
crystal
Hold on.
sword, we can handle anything they throw our way.
Our foes would be wise not to underestimate us.
But they
I was looking to see if there's a Marvel Rival streamer that was playing the game, but I don't think they are. I don't think they are.
Then let that be their
I was like looking to see if there was, but I don't think there is. It's funny
Hang
though.
on, bitch. Okay, there we go. Holy shit. I couldn't stop back to fucking squad. Not squad. What is it called? And now I don't fucking shift. Oh, whatever.
What is
I
happening
just
right
got an
now?
upvote from Mouse 23. Who even is that?
Did she call me
Actually,
a doofus?
awesome. That's special. Okay, never mind.
I have no idea if she did.
What the fuck is that comp, man?
Yeah, he kills you. Yo, he's like, oh, I don't know. Like too hard to hit.
I unleash the Vishanti. Denizens of the deep.
Oh my god, I can't aim right now. Holy shit.
Ooh,
You got it.
the VOD just to see. I know. I was like,
Yeah, wait, eventually. Oh, I can. I don't know. I can't, like, fucking track, like, Iron Man. Not Iron Man. What's his name? Iron Fist movement.
Iron Man.
It's like two, like.
we get people on point here.
Oh, what just happened?
Protect your king. That is much better. Drown them.
Oh, yeah, some.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Shields up. A little help, please. I am ready to put on a show.
Oh god. Oh god. Wait, am I staying on an ult here? What's going on? Oh no.
I am ready to put on a show.
My battle has only just begun.
I'm so confused on what happened there.
We've got trouble.
Balance doesn't win battles.
Oh, what is killing me?
My battle has only just begun.
This is stressful. I need to start playing this again, but the solo queue is a nightmare. Yeah, the one thing is, solo queuing in this game is like actually awful. It's actually misery.
By the eye of Agamotto.
I'm dead here. Dude. I'm getting wrecked here. Shit, the whole team got wiped there. That's not good.
My battle has only just begun.
What are they running? They're running triple support. That's the problem. So they're just being kept up super strong right now.
Creatures have risen from the realm below.
Your minion souls are mine now.
Denizens of the deep.
Stand with you!
Disappear! Shields up!
How refreshing.
Midgard has a worthy sorcerer
Fighting until we have a winner. Control C.
I didn't heal Bob. Oh, really? Yeah. Right now we're in freaking silver, so.
I am ready to put on a show.
Dagger would not like these secrets one bit.
We got somebody on point. Ah, damn it. No, we were doing so good too. Dude, this Iron Fist will not die. I just want this game to be over.
So shall that king. Your powers are mine!
By the eye of Agamotto.
Dude, this Iron Fist. GG's, yo. My God.
GG's.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Holy shit. That was crazy, y'all. Meow, meow. She was good. This, what's her face was good. We're back into gold. We got to gold at least. Hey, there we go. There we go. We're in gold, baby. We're in gold, honey. All right, kings, queens. I do think that's where we're going to wrap for this evening and afternoon. I do want to thank you guys so much. Let me switch to full video here. You guys were absolutely fantastic. I love you all so much. I had a blast today. I really did. I had a blast on stream. Thank you guys for supporting me, for supporting the live, for just being who you are. Y'all are amazing. We will be live tomorrow again at our usual time. Tomorrow's going to be a Minecraft day for sure. And then who knows what else. But that is the plan. That is the plan for tomorrow. So thank you guys again for all your support. As always, y'all are wonderful. Let me see who we can raid on out to. It was a great stream today. Really, really was. Thank you. And I enjoy playing games like this even in the last little bit. What we might do, guys, is maybe we'll just play like one game on TikTok and then just play like Marvel Rivals on Twitch or something like at the end, you know? Ooh, Londi's co-working. Let's raid Londi. I want to raid Londi, guys. We haven't raided Londi in a minute. Let's go raid Londi and show some love. I do want to thank you guys. Thank you for being who you are. Make sure to click in and join the raid. Lots of love to you. And thank you guys so much just for being you. Remember to take care of yourselves, get some rest, get some food, do all the things. Make sure to click in and join the raid, especially if you're on mobile. And yeah, y'all are fabulous. I love y'all so much. You're awesome. Thank you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Okay? Bye, baddies. See you later. Love ya.